Pop on jump, it's the weekend. You done come true with the fake friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, you let me preaching. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop ins. So they don't buy, and I say, so they don't buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, well, I know you need fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Never for that building, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, baby, come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say.
I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long.
My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it.
I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care.
That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga.
Vibing all night long in the afternoon. No cam today, baby. Just vocals. Ain't been gone. Just hovering over the trees. You know how we do. Peace, love, and light. Had to pop through. Make sure y'all understood the vital signs. Let you hear the beep. Let you know your boy is here. What's good? We show this love now. It's all hot air, aka Andrea Lynch. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta put that up on the community tab. She's about to put some work in, y'all. Some heavy work. Dope page. Mika Marcel, what's going on? I see you. Thanks for popping through. My man, E. Blizzy, the new sheriff in town. If you ever seen a movie called Blazing Saddles, is he black? He's the sheriff. Check out Blazing Saddles. Yeah. I see you, Gail. Good afternoon. Yes. Knowledge and relationship. M3, Trizzy. My man. I always love that name because that was my first foreign car. Modified. Wide body. M3. BMW, by the way, if y'all don't know. XDMC. One love to you, my brother. Good to see you. Yo, all right, I like to make my apologies open. Yo, Abraham, use my number. My phone rings a lot, and some of your messages get buried, and I missed your message. I want everybody to check out my man Abraham's page. He's finally decided to make a foundational stage for himself and not just be another box on somebody else's screen. He's the voice with the stare. Real talk. I salute you, brother. And yes, I'm going to send my number again just in case I didn't. I'm going to send it DM. So you got it. So you just holler at me. Don Frank. Yeah. What it do? The homie. I see you. The sheriff in Blazing Saddle. Yes, excuse me. So you got it. That movie was bananas. But yeah, today, man, I just came through just to talk some stuff. I had watched a couple things. And I figured, you know what? Yeah, Abraham gonna be my avatar's bodyguard. The voice with the stare. Exactly. So I just happened to be watching some stuff, you know. Some of the stuff was my stuff. Some of the stuff was someone else's stuff. So I figured what I do is just play some of this stuff, you know, and we see how we feel about it. There was a great conversation that took place. There was a really good conversation that took place a while back. So I want to share that with y'all. It doesn't have to be smoke. You know, they may just want clarity. They may just want you to clear up some of the smoke. You feel me? So you can complete what you were saying, but when you're done, I want you to take a look at what Mrs. Married asked of you. And what up, Truth? What's going on? Peace and love, family.
True.
Hey, true.
Right,
I'll answer that. Like my standpoint on if a woman could be a simp, I equated a woman being something that's overly ambitious and trying to gain a man's attention by action is in essence more in line with traditional wife behavior anyway. The word don't exist for women, but a woman that will behave like a man being a simp is considered a gender swap anyway. If a man's a simp, it's like a gender swap in a relationship. The woman feels more dominant, and that's like narcissistic kind of. But for a woman to simp and have those same I guess things that a man would do if he would be simping, that would just be a traditional woman.
This resonated with me for a minute.
Any man wants that anyway. We're all like conservative by nature for the most part. Men want tradition, and tradition is a woman complimenting. It's funny, like there's this big discussion about it because like most of our people are Christian. They have a Christian foundation, and we all know the story. You know, man was here and he had full reign to do whatever he wanted to do. But then our creator said we shouldn't be alone. And so he created something to complement us and help us. And that had existed for like 2,000 years. And then like now all of a sudden, 19,050 years later, we want to like redefine the role. And as a result of that, we are less together than we ever been.
That was an interesting standpoint. That was an interesting standpoint from Mr. O at that time, because it definitely resonated with aspects of faith, you know. So I was definitely able to see Mr. O in a different light. And for the record, I apologize. This particular clip was from one of our Friday smoke shows, just in case when we're done, you want to see the full episode. That was a Friday smoke show, December 3rd, 2021. All right. So it's weird how I don't want to give it away just in case you haven't seen that long ass stream, because this is definitely a long ass stream channel. We had about 6,000 watch hours a month and a half. So peace to the Nighthawks, Victor Freeze, 100 watts. But let's watch this thing transition. What do you think?
You have to have rankings. Okay. No ranking system leads to regression. You have to have rankings. I thought everybody liked what they like anyway. So what the fuck does the number matter?
I mean, that's like saying we shouldn't measure the road in miles, or we shouldn't measure like the inches and like that's the system that exists in this society. In this, we got miles, we got inches, and we got rankings on people and
unless
everything.
I'm comparing my woman to your woman, I don't got no need for that. I like what I like. You like what you like.
In saying that, you don't have to adopt societal's norms, because I definitely don't live like that, man. I don't want to preach that. I just, if you okay, if you can identify your enemies, then you can better know how to maneuver. I know what's outside and how everybody thinking and what's going on. I know how to maneuver within that. I just know how shit's going. So like, oh, okay, when I walk into a grocery store and I pick up this and I walk to the counter, they're going to try to ring it and they're going to want some currency. I know how things go in this country. This is how
speaking in a general sense. I'm speaking in a specific sense.
Right. What if,
right.
Watch this. If my favorite dish is chitlins, okay, and you don't like it, then what your food ranking, it means nothing to me, because my ranking system, it means nothing.
Yeah, it don't have to mean nothing. That's what I'm saying. I'm just identifying that it exists, but you don't have to choose up on it. Don't choose up on it.
That started getting interesting. Rankings. In order for rankings to be somewhat congruent or move in a line, that means that we both have to understand some of the same things about where we stand, literally and metaphorically. So, and I'm not a chitlin guy, by the way, but literally, if chitlin was my favorite food and he didn't care for it, our ranking systems would be totally incongruent. So when being faced with that, we comparing apples to oranges. I hate that cliche, but it's the truth. Let's see where this thing transitions to.
You can have what you want, Everybody welcome to have what they want, man. But we live in a world where if you got a woman that's overweight, somebody might look at you and say something because that's the world we live in. Because we look at that and judge. We do.
Somebody, if you got a girl that said that if you got a girl that's overweight, and
you can't get offended if you live in a world where people judge people for looking overweight. Like you could just accept it. Like,
so
well, this is my choice.
If your wife ended up becoming overweight, don't tell me what you would let her do or not allow her to do if she became overweight. And some motherfucker came out the side of their mouth, or you out with your wife. Are you gonna just be like, well, hey man, this is the way the world works.
The way the world works.
Baby, look, you fat.
No, baby. I would look at her and say, well, you did kind of like put on.
No, you wouldn't. Stop it.
Wow.
I mean, stop it.
Answer my question.
Knock it off.
Give me a moment as I pop my virtual collar. This stream was in December. This was before the Will and Jada slap conversation. We were having these conversations early. Let's remember that. This was December 2021. Let's go. You answered my question, bro.
You asked me what I would do.
No, you basically, it's her fault. All right. I mean, listen, I'm not judging you by virtue of your answer. The thing is, when you give me that answer, then what happened is it would be me like poking you if I kept coming with others, because you gave me. Right. I don't gotta ask you about if you're going in that house when you already showed me what room you live in. You get me? So I get it now. I get it.
And Asians gonna put you on a scale. The Asian men, there's cultures like that.
Okay.
Vic, you don't think I'd tell a woman she was overweight if she was with me?
The way you said you would say it, probably not.
I would say it a little funny, and she would laugh.
You said to your wife. You see, you know what I mean? That's different.
I would say, well, baby, he ain't lying. You know, you did kind of. And she'll probably laugh.
So you're going to say, baby, he's not lying to you?
I'm being playful. Yeah, I would deliver it in a way that
you would be playful after the time when somebody disrespected your spouse, bro.
I don't think it's disrespect, man.
If a stranger, because I'm just using your example, you out with your wife, and a stranger has the nerve to turn around and say something disrespectful about your wife's weight, and you said you would tell her, hey, baby, you did, like, you know, I ain't say it. We're going to pause for the cause. Pause for the cause. Pause for the MFM cause. Shout out APTV, Absalom Pianki TV. Same dude, he just switched it up because some of y'all folks don't know how to read, but, you know, they got weekend workshops for that. So peace and love. Let me tell you about this dude right here. He's ill. He's an ill dude. I like to share the people that inspire me. He told me I inspired him, and I respect that. He inspired me too. Literally. Stream of consciousness. When I say stream of consciousness, he's actually put me in a situation where I'm like, damn, you know, I'm not doing it like him, but just get out there. Don't got to be a panel. Just let them know how you feel. Don't always got to be a panel. I'm a human being. Let them know how you feel. Watch some stuff with them. You get what I'm saying? So I definitely appreciate that. He even made me know, yo, you don't always got the cam up. You got a voice. So my dude, check him out. He has some really dope stuff. He got a whole concept called 444. where the videos are literally 4 minutes and 40 seconds long. For real, for real. Check them out, APTV. If you go type in APTV and then type the word Mac, like M-A-C-K, and then era, E-R-A, you'll find it faster. All right, check him out. That's my guy. Well, let's get this stream of consciousness back on deck. Mr. O got us, he got us stirred up, and that's my dude. You know what I mean? He got us stirred up that day because it was like, yo, is he really saying that? So you got to respect the honesty, though.
Not lying. He's not lying. Yeah.
He said because he said he didn't disrespect her. He just stated a fact. That's the way he
These are words, though. He's just talking. If you accept the woman that you're gonna be with is whatever weight she is, and that's who you want to be with, can't nobody tell you not to be with her. You can be with her, but you live in a world where they judge. So somebody you stand the risk of somebody one day saying something offensive, but you can't get mad about it. They didn't touch her. I don't personally would subscribe to that. Like when I talk about this deal and what I want in a woman, I want her to be fit. I'm sorry, that's what I want. So
hey, check this.
that wouldn't be a situation for me. Huh?
If your girl, right, she fine, boy, that thing tight, boy, all the way around. Okay. Yeah. And she like to wear them sundresses, just like you and everybody else to like, right? And that thing back there poking, bro, on a nice summer day. And that wind blow at one time, and y'all out. And somebody, woo, look at that ass, duh, boy. You know what I'm saying? Why you standing right there? However, whatever they say, you know what I'm saying? Just some. Do you think that's disrespectful? Is that disrespectful? Would you say that?
Guys walk up to me all the time and they admire the women they win. They scream out from the cars and say, "Man, is you with him?" And I look at them. I say, "Hey, man, she talk back. You know, I'm out of that. She know what to say. It don't got nothing to do with me. If he talking to her, that's for her to respond or not to respond. That ain't for me. I don't get involved in word. That is men don't talk about women. Like, don't ask me about no woman. Men don't do that. I'm not gonna come out the heavens to address some shit that's lower than me, man. I'm not doing it.
Hey, that's
some real player vibes right there. That's some real player vibes right there. I'm not going to bring myself down from the heavens. Now, some people like to take certain statements as hyperbolic or, big or grandiose. Regardless, he stated from the heavens. You have to understand the dynamic. Part of a level of confidence is understanding your place in this whole thing. And not just what you feel important, but who you feel is important. And if you're an intentional man, then you have to see that your goals and your purpose almost in the heavens. And those that wish to pull you down to your primal lower self or nature, you have to look at them as pedestrian in nature. You don't have to take everything, but chew the meat and spit out the bone, because he's giving a perspective based on Stoicism. Stoicism, right? So we're going to talk about Stoicism real quick. And you know how I do. Well, I'm going to just lay it up for you. Stoicism. The endurance of pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaint. Stoicism. Why is that important? We talk about our lower selves. We talk about our nature. If we talk about that, then we also have to understand how to handle the stuff that's coming through, whether it's pleasurable, whether it's painful, right? So that's, I didn't put Stoicism, but that's what it is. Define Stoicism, all right? There's another thing that's out here called Transcendentalism, okay? And that normally can go hand in hand. It's an idealistic, philosophical, and social movement developed in New England around 1836 in reaction to rationalism, all right? It taught that divinity pervades all nature and humanity. So the basic sense of it is, in order to understand the nature of reality, one must first examine and analyze the reasoning process which governs the nature of experience. So what does that mean? There's five. They normally talk about five, right? Indwelling of the divine in the human soul, superiority of the individual over society, intuition, imagination, and vision as the ways of understanding the world, and nature as both a field of study and an inspiration of self-development. So I said a whole bunch of stuff. Simple breakdown. Understanding that there is, for one, a divinity, some sort of deity, larger moral compass, but not only that, knowing your own personal weakness as an individual. All right. Understanding your weakness as an individual. I'm going to read one more thing to you. A core belief is inherent goodness of people and nature. And while society and its institutions have corrupted the purity of the individual, people are at their best when truly self-reliant and independent. That's the self-work. That's the shadow work. That's the am I toxic? That's the, am I the asshole, right? So we're going to side note this. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole? Let's take a look, man. Hold on one moment. You stop this share right here. And I'm going to share something else. We building this plane as we fly it, baby. Rock with me. Rock with me. Someone fetch me my apron. Finna cook. Sac passe, Gabriel, mon frère. Yes, I see you. We got Canada on deck. Let's go. Am I the asshole? Fetch me my apron. Shadow work. Working with your unconscious mind to uncover the parts of yourself that you repress and hide even from yourself. Shadow work.
Who's the first line in charge of cleaning up the toxicity of the community?
For me, the first line of toxicity cleansing, it always comes back to the same thing I say about cleaning up your own room, cleaning up your own house. If toxicity exists within your family, and if it's something that's been a recurring, theme within your family, then that means you have to work from within your family to eliminate that toxicity. Why? Because those creatures, those wonderful, loving creatures called children that we put out into the community are the ones that absorb our toxicity and then go out into the community and transfer it, and eventually when they grow to love somebody, potentially they can pass that toxicity on to their family member or to their new family unit, thus rinsing and repeating that cycle again. So I believe that toxicity, once you recognize it, you have to stop it from within. And sometimes it's actually recognizing that you yourself are the principal toxic variable within the situation. Sometimes when we're in a screwed up situation, we always have to, me personally, I look back and the first thing I do is I check to see if I'm the asshole. What it does is that, there's certain checks and balances. So what I do is if I do something or say something to somebody that's terse or that somebody may not like, I do go and run it back and I think, okay, let me look at it as a lens that I was being a jerk or an asshole just to see if it fits. But if in that situation, when I'm running it through, I'm like, no, I was actually validated and, it was appropriate, then I move to the next thing, so. When looking for toxicity, you gotta look within yourself first, because you may be the toxic piece. You may be the lemon. You may be the lemon amongst the strawberries. Oh, I gotta write that one down. I gotta write that one down. Well, yeah, shadow work. That's part of the piece that I use. That's the piece that I use for my, let's say, my Stoicism and my Transcendentalism, the work that I do on myself to figure these things out. I don't want to take you guys too far off track, because I want to go back to that smoke show conversation. It gets pretty deep.
That's some transcendentalism shit. That's some next level shit.
I promise you, and I can on everything. This happens all the time. Can get mad at a woman. You mean to tell me that I'm the only man that finds this woman attractive? Of course not. I'm with her for a reason. But I'm not getting mad about somebody saying something. That's what they want me to do, right? Get mad about it and run over there and huff and puff. And
what if that causes a rift in your relationship? Even though you cool and stoic, but your old lady looking at you like you don't never defend me.
Man, like I said, she talked back because before we left the house, she already knew how I move.
Okay.
And she know exactly what to say. There's no surprises, man. You gotta lace your women before y'all leave the house.
So 100,000 watts.
Right. What's up? Is that like a few volts? I don't know. I gotta find the commercial. What up, family?
No, man, they call me 100 watts just because I keep it a bean. You know what I'm saying? Gotta keep it 100. Gotta keep it 100. Anyway, good evening, fellas. What's happening, party people? How y'all feeling?
What's going on, man? We here for that smoke tonight, man. What? Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
No, we're I'm definitely So as I spoke to you guys, right, Chef and Vic, I spoke to y'all, but I'm gonna hop in for a little bit because as y'all know, we making some magic tomorrow. Stay tuned. Party people, I'm excited. I look forward to y'all seeing me in a different light. You know what I'm saying? Magic being made. So I just wanted to come up, and y'all was having a very interesting conversation when I got here, right? And listening to Mr. O, like, honestly, I understand what he's saying, and the reason, well, I understand what he's saying, and not to say that I agree with it, but he basically is consistent all the way around on what it is that he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not about to waver for none of that. But speaking of men in general, there's an element of protector that men generally feel. Like you just like whose place is like, bro, like you don't even know my shorty. Like what place do you have to even speak to her? Like not even trying to be on no rowdy acting crazy stuff, but there is a level of protection that should be understood, right? Should be enforced, should be shown. You know what I'm saying? Because like he said, like how you don't never protect me. So when this happen next time, you just gonna let everybody just talk to me crazy like this? Like that.
Hey, Watts.
Yeah.
Oh, what's good, brother? I just saw you pop on. So saying what's up. No, my problem that I had was when he said he going to tell his girl that the dude is right. Like, I'm still tripping off of that part. Like,
how can you not be honest?
Hey,
No,
look. We're not gonna search
Hold
for cut
Hold
my
up.
man up. He just stated his piece.
No.
It's a smoke show, bro.
Because this is the thing. Listen, y'all already know I'm for all honesty. I told you some of the things that I keep real. But just listen to the frame that he took. He said, baby, he is right. Not that I'm right.
I said, baby, he ain't lying in a comedic voice, you know, but yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna, like, his thought process don't matter. Like, if it's the truth, it's the truth. I'm gonna.
Oh, snap. when somebody jumps up on that mic and you see that striped hoodie, you already know. Let's keep this thing going. This is some streams of consciousness. We're going to talk a little more. Let me let these gentlemen say their piece first.
Going to tell her regardless when our own time. F yo, he don't matter. Who is he? And then on top of that, he's getting smacked. So I mean,
Jesus sometimes didn't they say in the Bible that Jesus used food sometimes to deliver a message? At the end of the day, it don't matter who said it. 2 + 2 is 4.
No, truth. You can't convolute it like that.
Wait. So you saying that God was using that stranger?
He was doing the Lord's work. He was doing the Lord's work. Yes. He was doing the Lord's work in that moment. Yeah. Jesus sent him over there because he knew she wasn't gonna listen to me. So he sent the messenger.
Wow.
Terminator 2, brother.
Yeah. I like how that's what happened.
You see Terminator 2? Oh, you ain't see that? You ain't see when Shorty was grabbing on that fence and then her skin just blew apart?
Look what Jen said. Jesus.
Yeah, I will though. I got to keep it. I got to be honest, man. But I'm definitely conscious on how I deliver stuff. I may be saying stuff here comical, but like, if a woman was overweight with me, man, I would have no problem like letting her know that she got to put some work in.
No, I agree with you on that. I'm just talking
part
about
of my deal.
That's what I'm saying. You're not listening. I'm just talking about adding him into it.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, the truth is the truth.
What up, y'all? What up? Peace. Thank you, Gail. I see you. I appreciate you. Over the top, I see you, Colette. Thanks for popping through for this stream of consciousness. E Black, we need more smoke. Get the smoke emojis out. We need more smoke. Yeah. So just in case y'all tuning in late, there was a question that if a man came out and while you were out with the lady, the question was, and he told her that she looked fat or disrespect. He said something disrespectful. How would you react? Mr. O pretty much stated that he wouldn't, right? And he gave his reasons for it. Now, the beauty of this, all of this took place December 2021, this particular show, December 3rd smoke show. If you want to see the whole thing, I'm not playing the whole thing. It's just this bit of conversation. This happened before the Will and Jada situation. Who knows? Maybe Will Smith would still be a part of the academy if he was able to channel his inner Mr. O. Just saying. It's a thought, Think about it. And like Gail says, support the channel if you like the content. Support my guy, E Black TV as well. You have to support Over the Top WME. She actually owns the daytime register. You understand? So it's like I'm recording at her crib right now. She just let me hold the mic. My guy, Narratives and Dialogues with Kofi Nino Abdenobi. I met the brother over on APTV's channel. Check out APTV. All right. So back to what we were talking about. Mr. O is dropping some information, whether you would agree with how you would respond or not. I think the question in the conversation is how we should think, because remember, there's revolution and evolution. Evolution takes place over a slow, gradual pace using homeostasis, which is the natural regulation of the ecosystem. But revolution is a more violent transition over to another side of an idea. And if we're in a situation where we got brothers that have become so emotional, and I understand from even my own personality that we can tend to allow our emotions to overtake us, then in order to cure that, we have to totally go lean to the other side in order to drag ourselves over. The doctor tells somebody that, yo, you got diabetes, buddy. He's not going to say, hey, eat a little less candy, eat a little less cake. No, cut that out. Cut the sugar out of your diet. Because of the level of crisis, you're going to have to cut that out of your diet totally in order to bring you back to normal levels, because you're too far to the other side. Maybe if Mr. O was some of these folks' uncle, some of them may react in a different way. It's just a thought. But I'm going to let this man speak his own speak.
Like any woman I'm going
He's saying no violation with anybody with words is gonna get him off his square, because he's in God mode right now.
Not behind a woman,
all of that
never. Behind a woman?
Yeah.
What if that stranger was a prophet from the Lord?
Huh?
Saying, what if that person was a prophet from the Lord, delivering, the message?
Prophet from the Lord.
Message?
Yeah. See?
I don't know.
I want to ask this question.
I live in the heavens. I think I can discern what's true and what's not, man. So I don't know. I'm just not getting involved in no wordplay. I'm not going back and forth with no woman, and I'm not addressing no beef with no man about no woman. Like I'm not ever. Now y'all hear that, and y'all may think that like it's soft, but it's not. I'm the type of guy that like there's a truck behind me at all times. Let's just say that. So how you govern or protect yourself is how you move. But I'm not getting my nails dirty, and not about no woman.
He answered my question.
No.
It's old school. That's like some old school player shit. You know what I'm saying? So I can respect it for what it is.
Not worth it, man. Like that's, I mean, to be honest, cause like that's what women do in public.
But if I'm gonna be honest, Mr. O, like when the perspective that you have, and I don't know you, you know what I'm saying? We just met like maybe like a week ago at this point, you feel me? Like I don't know you, you feel me? But I feel like a lot of your ideals are set on a platform of you have a little bit more resources than the average person.
I don't know.
Right? So and I don't want to make it like a flex thing. Like, I mean, you make a lot more money than I don't want to flex, but I just think that you have more resources. Right? So the fact that you've been traveled, your military experience, everything that you have in your toolbox, you have more resources.
But that just those things only allow you to be more of yourself. When I didn't have nothing, it was just at a smaller scale, but it was still me. It was still the same way I seen things. Like my experience with women has just been what life has shown me, and it's been from a different set of lenses. That to me has never been a reason for me to get dirty. I personally do not think that like women respect their man for fighting over them. I think women think that's lame. I think women will put a Band-Aid on you and go cheat on you.
Woo! Ooh. All right, I got to give y'all a disclaimer so you understand my reactions, right? I don't watch my past live streams. Whoever, Danique, when he edits, he sees them. It's still a little weird for me to watch myself on this platform. For real. I'm not fully a YouTuber yet in terms of the psychology, so I don't get to see a lot of my streams. So me watching this one, I said, damn. Yeah, I got to come and show this folks and talk about how I'm feeling about it. Because it's different when you're looking from the other side of the screen. I remember my feelings from that night, though. I was like, yo, what the hell is O talking about, man? What the hell is that? I was saying that. Peace to AR. Woman is fair, man is fair, my guy. Right? I was literally feeling like, yo, what the hell is he talking about? And my brain was diametrically opposed to what he was saying. But was it because of my ego, my pride, a higher degree of emotional response just based on my own nature versus nurture? He made me think differently. And as watching it now from the outside looking in, some of the points he was making was actually resonating with me, Look at that. Even Blizzy said that, Yeah, he's not using the phrase, I feel like. So he's speaking his speak. So the question becomes this. Well, let me put up what Colette put. Colette, over the top WME, said WME. I don't want it sounds like I'm saying dummy. WME. I understand what he's saying. However, I think his feelings are a little hurt. Someone hurt him a lot. And he's projecting. Okay. I mean, would I disagree? No. Because we as human beings, because we emote and promote, that means we feel and we do or speak to certain things. Projection, I believe, it's a natural thing that we do. Because feelings, then that's energy, that's emotion. So that energy has to flow forth. And in terms of projection, we're going to use our own nature versus nurture, which is the things that were natural within us versus the nurture, which is the things that we learn and that have been taught to us. All right. Colette said, if she's your wife, not your girlfriend, the protection is on a different level. I agree. It's funny. There's another clip that I have to play for you, Colette. It's very interesting. You know what I mean? So stick around. All right. Let me see. Kofi Nino said, I love that last name, Abdenobi. Anyway. No, I don't think he's projecting. I think he's just learned his lessons and don't want to put those things on repeat. Why can he not protect himself from that? I agree. But let me just say this. Kofi, check it. It's not that projection is a negative thing. Projection is you speaking to what you know and what you've learned based on your experience. So if I'm a person that got robbed 12 times, at some point when I speak to someone else, I'm going to be telling them about things to do and what not to do in order to prevent them from getting robbed. There's some people that have never gotten robbed. There's some people that have gone 70, 80 years, never got punched in the nose, never experienced crime. There's actually people that live like that. So what I'm stating is personal trauma That's one of the things that we project, but it's not a negative thing. It's a natural thing. Nobody likes shit. Nobody likes the smell of shit, right? But we know it's natural and necessary. You know. Let me see where you going. I'm liking this. I will never go begging for more pain, knowing the results, but I won't make the next woman pay for my past mistakes. Yes. My guy, you need to stick around for more shows. Yes, he should be teaching the next man and not just say me. All right, man. You got them bars, and I'm feeling that. Let's go.
Because you embarrassed her, especially if you lose. So like, it's no win. It's no win for that. Like the outcome you think you getting, like, yeah, I proved I wouldn't know this, so I wouldn't know that, and she looking at you like, to me, she looking at you like, wow, you just ruined the night. I don't see it that way. I don't think she's like, you're not going to defend my, like, what are we like on white horses?
You gotta.
I don't see
is there no middle ground?
To fight over a woman, like you can't even, Vic, you can't even ask me about a woman, man. I'm not even talking to no man about no woman. I don't care what you say. Don't ask me about no woman. We're not even gonna talk, so we're not gonna argue. You can say what you want to say, but it's just words. Just don't put your hands on me or her.
Okay, so you would defend her as long as
I had a cop put his hands on a woman that I was with, and that cop let go. I promise you he did. I looked him right in his eyes and I said what I had to say, and he let her hand go because he put his hands on her. And she's valuable to me. So words is, what is that? I got some bottles to pop, man. What we talking about? A woman?
No, see what it is, what you're actually saying, stop for a second, right?
I'm not just talking about.
You know how you were talking about the power of presentation and how you wanted to be careful and make sure you didn't offend people so they would receive your message. What you're actually saying is what you said last. She's important to me. Don't put your hands on her.
Right.
But what else you actually also said was words don't affect me. So those are your two actual points. Is I ain't said nothing nobody talking about, regardless, unless you put your hands on something.
Remember, this was months before Will and Jada. The power of words. That's a conundrum for me. Is it that the words are so powerful? Or is it the way that we absorb those words and give them power? Is it that the words are so powerful? Or is it the way that we allow those words to resonate within us? That's something to think about. Is it that? Or is it this? Is it because that is poison? Or is it because I drank the shit? In order for us to be more, and these are me speaking, in order for us to be more intentional, be more stoic and transcendental, we have to understand what we empower within our circle. Verbally, virtually, metaphorically, whatever lead you want to bring to the table. We control what we empower within our circle and what we allow in and how we allow it to impact us. Let's keep it going.
Don't touch.
So that's your point, because when you say I ain't doing all that about no woman, it makes it seem like you don't value the woman. but that's not what you're saying.
You though, and you got to understand your
I'm saying
value
that's
is
a general
worth what that woman say
perspective.
your
That's what it
value
sounds
worth to
like
her.
from the outside. I know what
I
you
think
mean.
men see it that way. I think men are assuming women see it that way, but I don't think women see it that way
I like
at
to know.
all.
I
I think
like to
that's the
know.
male
Flowers
ego.
in the chat. Is that what
I
y'all
think
got? Or
it
y'all
is
got something
strictly the male ego. We are territorial and like, this is mine. And I got the big piece of meat and I'm gonna drag it home. And like, this is barbaric, man. Like women are like, they like player shit. Women like player shit, man. You got to keep it player. That is so unplayer to be out in public sweating and tearing up your clothes because somebody said she got a big booty. What we doing, man? That bothered you? Spent $800 on these.
So you think that you can't address your brother, because let's assume it was your brother, right? Or somebody you might acknowledge as someone you don't want conflict with. Let's say that. Do you think it's impossible for you to have an interaction with that person and address the offense to your lady? You may not be offended, but your lady may be. She may not be as stoic as you. So if your lady is offended and you want to keep her protected, her emotions and her feelings are a part of her. If she pissed off for the rest of the evening, that's just worse as you getting dirty and sweaty.
Woo. That's interesting what Vic stated. He's talking about consequences of our lack of a reaction. Women, our mates, sometimes the validation that we give them as their prophet, priest, king, provider, and protector. And some women judge how we love them by virtue of some of the reactions to things that happen, especially when it comes to them. So when Vic stated, he might have to deal with way more if he does nothing when somebody insults his woman when he gets home. That's something that's a fair assessment. It's true. So Colette, over the top WME, says, as a woman, I can't tell a man how to react to defend me as well as understand his manhood is being threatened. But my Jamaican husband box somebody down. Am I gonna box a man? He doesn't play that. He doesn't play that. All right. So let's talk. Let's see. Abdenobi, there's a way to confront the issue without being a fool. And if she loves you, she's not trying to put you in harm's way. Okay. I don't know. I like when people go and they sign the end of their messages so they make sure. Yeah, I said that. Hey, red lipstick vibes. Good afternoon, Queen. How you doing? How you doing? Right. Everybody loves red lipstick vibes. Go check her out. She's definitely a supporter of the show, and I support her as well. Man. So we got the ladies popping up. I got something for the ladies too. This part was more so, the gentleman stream of consciousness. So let's keep this going a little longer. Use fair use? Nope. It's my content. There's no fair use. And if y'all choose to want to stream some of my stuff or clip some of my stuff, anything that you felt, you know what I'm saying? I'm good with you. Just don't be talking about my family, my children, or any, you know what I mean? I just ask that, y'all come with respect, but if you wish to promote any of my material, clip it down 3 minutes, whatever minutes, and share it, go ahead, man. I appreciate that. Yes, red lipstick vibe is almost at 500. We definitely got to get her over. I'm like literally surprised. I'm literally surprised, man, because if you see the amount of work she puts in, she's literally got to call herself the Red Lipstick Vibes Network because she has multiple platforms. Man, she's ill, Ill. Let me go back to this thing here a little bit. Absalon APTV says, it definitely makes it seem as if the man isn't defending her. However, how much of that is a smokescreen? Okay. Understood. My boy, Vaughn Bryant. Love you, bro. Peace. Thanks for coming through. Stamp my name on the end because I have a lot of haters and people acting in other accounts as me. Well, you know what? What did they say? What did they say about the compliment? That's a compliment, man. They want to impersonate you. That's a beautiful thing. That means you have something that's worth sharing, and they want to put their name on it. Right. Cool. So now we got 11 in the room. Let me see what this like stuff is at. I ain't worried about that right now. This is stream of consciousness. This is not self-aggrandizement. It's me just giving y'all some ideas. Why am I doing this? Side note, I'm trying to do something different in terms of what I'm feeling, what I'm saying. I don't want to just do panel talk. You know, I could cover some of the old panel talk. I don't want to just do panel talk. I want to do some streams of consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you hit the shot, you know, you hit the proverbial hookah, you loosen up, and sometimes you build and you think. And build and think. And sometimes you like what you left with. I want to do a little more of that. I don't necessarily always want to be balanced. If I think something's some bullshit, I want to be able to just say, yeah, I think this is some bullshit. You know? So thanks for vibing with me on this weird ass journey. Appreciate you. You understand? I gotta feel it, man. I'm not a YouTuber like that. So I got to feel it. I have to feel it. I have to feel it. So let's come back to this conversation here.
If it ain't about no money. Okay, keep going.
So what I'm saying is are you saying that it's impossible for you to communicate that, hey, brother, there's been an offense, whether you intended as offensive or not, let's stop this here because I don't want it to go further, but I can't allow you to do that and not address it.
Look, if he just talking, man, like we know how to put degrees of separation between us and some troll altercation. That's not important. What's important is that image has everything to do with your network and your net worth. And if we gonna affect the money by how we are portraying ourselves in public, I don't care who it's about, man, it's not worth that. And if two men, you know, I live in Houston, man. And one thing that was popularized out here, one thing that Sauce Walker put together when two of our artists had an altercation, they found a parking lot as two men when nobody knew about it. They wasn't supposed to be recording it, but those two men went chest to chest and they handled their disagreement and they shook hands after because that needed to happen. It don't need to happen at the club. That's about ego. But if it do need to happen, then it need to happen the right way and it don't need to be for show. Like we cannot be moving like that, man. Like
100%.
For somebody talking about, like, people are always gonna talk, and the more you excel in life, the more people is gonna be talking. Yeah. I gotta stay in the heavens. When I move, stay upstairs, man. Don't come downstairs for nobody. Stay up there. And if you need to put degrees of separation, I got plenty. Hey, homeboy, watch this guy right here and make sure you between us the entire night. Put another layer, you know, like get in the VIP, you know, or go home.
Go ahead, Watts. What you was about to say?
Layers. I tell you, man, this stuff really gets dope on the replay. It gets dope on the replay. I was watching, and at one point I said, let me stop. I was watching that and watching the Absalom show from earlier, right? I was watching that. And then I started looking at this one after the show dropped, and I was like, what am I doing? Why don't I just share this reaction with y'all, man? Yo, he was kicking some, you know, you watch a movie the second, third, fourth time, and then you hear something different. Yeah. Oh, is that guy. Oh, is that guy. Peace to Mr. O. Gail already had put his stuff in there. You know what I mean? Mr. O was just living. Whether he's watching or not, love is love. Love is love. This is his link here. Yeah. So let's keep this party going.
No. I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm listening to what he's saying right now. Because, like I said, I really don't disagree with what he's saying. I was kind of on the same thing Vic was saying. It was just like it was. I know that Mr. O trying to deliver his message like he has a point when he delivering his message. It's just like it take a little second to receive it the right way. Because I don't disagree with nothing he's saying. Like staying in the heavens, not going downstairs. Like that's a dope ass analogy. I dig that. But this
I ain't disagree.
I want everybody to make sure. Hold on 1 second, True. Sorry. I want everybody to make sure that we're looking at the comments that's on the screen. Because remember, the smoke show is an interactive smoke show. So remember that. No, seriously.
Gina, that's what I'm talking about. We need to ride or die, Gina.
It's important that y'all see what's on the screen.
The moment she jump in,
I want y'all to respond to what they're saying because they're speaking back and forth to what, and everybody's
show enough. Yeah, keep us on point, Chef.
Yeah, I just want to make sure y'all see what's up there. You get what I'm saying? Because it's important.
Yeah.
Show.
Right.
All right. I see you, Gina. Yo, you ride or die. Look,
hey, don't jump in. Don't jump in. Just go get the car.
If you go back to some older shows. You go back to some of our older shows. Gina, I'll let you know she's been a gangster since the 4th grade.
4th grade.
Get it twisted. She's certified, and she know how to make them greens. Get it twisted. Ain't no joke there.
Hey, but Joanna making them green and okra tacos though.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
so Joanna Washington, bro. Yesterday, her
green
level
and okra
of
tacos.
intellectual excellence.
Big dog on that road. I see you. You muted right now.
What's up, my G?
What it do, family? What's good? Let them know. You on the solo layout right now.
This guy. Yeah, it's your boy Victor Freeze, you know, touching down, touching in. You know, checking out the boy Chef Shapino in the daytime. You know what I'm saying? In the playtime when we really get it done.
You already know. Random stream of consciousness. Yeah, you and Mr. O was cooking. You and Mr. O was cooking. You know.
That was a good conversation.
Also, yeah, that was definitely a good conversation, man. I got to really get into digging back into the crates. I'm only a few months in and I got crates already. We got about 700 hours of a lot of stream hours in terms of material. So it was just watching this one flow. It was like, damn. Especially this was way before Will and them, you know. But I want you to pay attention to the road. I want you to pay attention to the road, man. We're gonna, I want you to turn the volume up though, right? And we're gonna kind of transition.
Right, I'm gonna cook on low.
Hey, do your thing. Let me stop sharing this. And I want to drop something else on y'all. Now, this is very important. Let me send this love first. Salute. One of the funniest guys on the internet. Trash Can Waves. This dude is wild. The boy ZB. You don't even know, ZB. One of the reasons that I'm not on camera right now, because I'm trying to raise my beard up, so I ain't been shaving so I could bring it back up, man. I was on that, shaving it down and then getting lower just to make it sharp, and my shit went from looking like a grizzly bear and now looking like John B. I need the rough back. You know what I'm saying? So it's a work in progress. Hey, Red Lipstick, Ron P. Yes, everybody salute Vic. Victor Freeze Music. Victor Freeze Music got a lot of material. He and I argue because I feel as though he's not promoting the material on his page. Victor Freeze got some dope stuff. His viewpoints, his standpoints are on point. No pun intended. Check him out. Victor Freeze Music, one word. Victor Freeze Music, one word. All right. So we're about to transition real quick. But, we're going to transition with a little commercial. Let me take this guy off for solo. I forgot. All right. So we finna transition real quick. But, something special coming. Summer of 2022. You'll notice a little more into May. But I'll let you see, let it speak for itself. Yeah, a little pause for, a little teaser for things to come. A little teaser for things to come. So, for the record, Abdenobi, I actually designed those, and I'm working with an actual design, manufacturing and marketing firm to actually release those. So right now, I'm actually waiting for the prototypes to arrive. And then from there, it's going to be release. And I plan to not just keep it to high-end foreign athletics, because all of those, they're actually manufactured in Milan, Italy, So it's a long story about an area called Shoe Valley and different parts. But nonetheless, technology and, new lines of progress within manufacturing puts me in a good position where I could make that up, make that happen. Oh, we definitely got to talk then. We have to talk. Menswear 36 to 48. Hey, that fits right up my alley. All right. So once we get this thing situated, Red Lipstick, I got you. I'm gonna provide the site and everything. What I'm doing is I want to make sure that what goes out there is high end, high quality, but with some flair. I'm not trying to make these things look like J's, I want them to look like high end foreign Italian designs, which they actually are, but high quality. I check stitching and all of that stuff. But let me get off of that. Let's get off of that. Right. Yes. Abdenobi respects the husky guys. All right. So I'm going to play something for y'all. It's a conversation. And now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to play this, and now I'm going to allow my stream of consciousness to generate streams of consciousness within you guys. And I want to see, I put the link in there. I want to play this. It's about 4 minutes long, right? But I think it's worth it, and it's worth the conversation. So let's take a look.
Yeah, let's hear from you.
During the dating period, you know, after like 4 or 5 months of dating, I'm just wondering at what point do you have to pay, did the woman have to pay when they go out? The guy is asking that there should be half and half at that point when you already...
At what point?
When you already been dating for 4 or 5 months.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, okay, to give you a quick answer on, firstly, I think we should just deal with the who should pay thing to begin with. When you're on a date, who should pay?
I know. I mean, that's what I told them. You know, I'm sorry.
But
I would say, I'm dating. We're dating.
But here's the
gentleman here.
Okay.
You see that, right?
He's supposed to pay.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
But you're supposed to have sex with him whenever he says.
No. Whenever where does this double standard come from? I'm sorry, it's the reality. You guys can moan at it all you want, but the moment you say to a guy, you have to fucking pay for my time, you're saying this relationship isn't equal. This relationship isn't equal. My time is worth more than yours, so you should pay for it. I wonder what paradigm that sets up. Here's my view. If you go on a date with a guy and you don't offer to pay your share, you weren't taught right. If you go on a date and he doesn't pay, he wasn't taught right. I can tell you right now, if I was dating someone and they never offered to pay, I wouldn't be dating them. I can tell you that now. If they never offered to pay, I would not be dating them because I'd say, this is the most polite they're ever going to be. And they're not even trying to pay now. What does that say about my future? But let me come at this from a different angle. I will always treat my partner how I would treat my best friend. And I wouldn't apply a different standard to my partner than my best friend. I wouldn't say to my best friend, let's always go out to dinner and you always pay. I'd say, let's balance here in whatever way we can. And maybe, by the way, proportionately, what you can do is less than what he can do. That's a different thing. If he says to you, I want to go stay at the top hotel in Big Sur this weekend, and it's $1,500 a night, and you say, I don't have the money. It's his job to say, it doesn't matter. I didn't do it so you could pay. I did it because I want to go and I want to take you. Great. That's what that is, right? Or if you both agree to go on holiday and you have a fifth of his earning potential, you say, I want to contribute to a fifth of this holiday. It's overly simplistic, but you get what I'm saying, right? I'll contribute on the level I can contribute. Let me tell you what means something to a guy. Trying. That means something to a guy. When he feels that you're not even trying to contribute, that's when he feels used. Because any guy who's really confident and self-respecting, if the woman never is even trying to contribute, he feels like he's being taken advantage of. And it has nothing to do with money. It has to do with the lack of gesture. So I would be looking at, if you like this guy, maybe if you're in different positions, figure out what you want to contribute proportionately or what you can contribute proportionately and treat him as you would your best friend.
Hey, you want a partnership? Equal everything. Equal say. Equal pay.
Yes, yes, yes. Equal say, equal pay. Equal say, equal pay. Hold that thought for me. You know how I digress, but this is what I like. I like this. First, peace to Before the Billions, little bro. See what you're doing. You're doing big things, and you got a great heart and a great spirit. You know what I mean? Rock with you. Damn, we broke bread together. You know, a peace to Aisha, your assistant as well, man. Good people, yo. Good energy, good vibes. All right. So he saluted Gail. Abdenobi was like, Gail, you be on the lead attorney? All right. And then she was like, yeah. You know, so here's what Gail put in. She said, yes, I'm his moderator. All right. And then he came back and said, I thought that was you, sis. Love. You helped me get my channel up too. This is what I'm talking about, man. I like that. I don't know why, but when people are actually able to see in real time people that they may have touched or resonated. You remember, I started this show talking about APTV, Absalom, that he kind of got me amped to want to jump up today and do this because I didn't feel like doing a regular thing. I'm what I consider a passionate painter. I have to have a passion to paint because it's a stream of consciousness. So I like this kind of thing right here. Call me corny, you know, call me because I'm a little older and they say testosterone like, so you get more emotional. Call it what it is. But these moments are like that. Folks showing love. Real, still love. So now, Vic, back to the other side, the point we were at. Uh-oh, I lost him.
Nah, I'm right here. Go ahead.
No, you tell me the point we were at. Remember, I told you, I knew I was going to digress. Love, showing love.
Equal say, equal pay.
Equal say, equal pay. Thank you for getting me back on track. It's the stream of consciousness. And I've GPS rerouted. Equal say, equal pay. What do y'all think about that? I already put the StreamYard in the link. I mean, put the StreamYard in the chat. Equal say, equal pay.
I know what he's saying is.
Go ahead. No. Say your thing.
I know what he's saying about the gesture. Because it's not that, you know, the difference between the people who believe it should be equal pay versus people who believe the man should do it all. But even if the man agrees that he should do it all and the woman agrees as well, at some point, she should show some way to contribute. I don't care if it's just a tip or whatever, not because I need her money, but I want to know that. Like, you got it somewhere in your mind to think about me. Somewhere in there. Even if I have to smack your hand down and say, no. You know, no, never. Let me say that. Give me an opportunity to say that.
All right. Damn, I was cooking on mute for a second. Yeah, I could see that. It makes sense. Yeah. Peace to Rashawn Dave. My guy. Yeah, we day hawking right now. You know, my corporate schedule takes a lot of my time. Not really a 9 to 5. It's more put in a lot of hours. So it's taking me away from some of the normal nighttime activity streaming. So you got to get in where you fit in. At least that's what she said. Anyway, yo, see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Rashawn, Gail, red lipstick. Now dialogues. So now I want to transition a little bit, you know. And anybody wants to come in and comment on that last clip, you know, you're welcome to. I wanted to transition a little bit. I know a lot of people talked about, you know, the whole Chris Rock thing and Will Smith and all of that. And I promise, you know, whatever coverage that or discussion I give on that topic, I'm gonna try and make it different than you know, different than the usual, and come from a different perspective, right? So, our boy Tony Rock, Tony Rock.
Yeah, I seen him.
Whoa. What do you think about what Tony Rock said as I bring this clip to you?
More niggatry. More to say. What generally happens. Okay. Everybody knows somebody that knows something about it, you know.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, I mean, you know, we talk about people and the people we love, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talk about the people we love, but then also we forget about, you know, the fact that they love us so much, the fact they love us so much, and they may depend on us. We may have families riding on our back based on our levels of success, you know, and it's a fact. People are impacted by the bullshit. So let's play this. You know, the fair use thing. You know how that goes. Let's give it a shot.
On pot for the rest of the year. Oh, we on pot for the rest of the year. Oh, we on pot for the rest of the year. Let's set some ground rules right now, y'all. Let's set some ground rules. If I say anything tonight, anybody got a fucking problem with? You got one motherfucking option what you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. Because if you think you're gonna walk up on this stage, this ain't the motherfucking Oscars. And if you walk your ass up here,
I got what there about that right.
oh, we on pop the rest of the year, nigga.
Fair use.
Every time you see me do a show, pop. I don't want to start the show like that. You gonna hit my motherfucking brother? Because your bitch gave you a side eye?
Simplify it.
Oh, it's a lot of rock brothers. Y'all ain't know it's a lot of rock brothers. It's 10 of us, motherfucker. You got to see all the rock brothers.
Rocks in the garden.
You know that nigga was a rock brother. That nigga a rock brother? That's a rock brother? I ain't gonna start the show like that, but I just want to let y'all know that shit ain't gonna ride. That shit ain't gonna ride, nigga. I don't got a lot of shit to lose, nigga. Some more gonna have me on the tour regardless. Y'all might never see me on TV again, but now with that said, Riley, how y'all doing?
Interesting perspective, huh? Say it again.
I said, I'm just saying. You know, we was talking about that economic, you know what I'm saying, prison. So I ain't got I ain't got as much to lose, baby. I'll go.
So remember this. Remember this. You just brought something up. Remember, we're not at 12,000 subs yet, so we don't have, you know, 600-700 people in our chat yet, right? So there's gonna be terms that we use that some of these folks have not heard of. You know, a tree falls in the forest and you ain't there, doesn't make a sound. So let's let them know about our concept of economic imprisonment. I will explain. I will explain. And I'll explain it with a Jay-Z lyric. If I shoot you, I'm brainless. If you shoot me, you're famous. What's a nigga to do? The streets is watching. Blocks keep clocking, waiting for you to break and make your first mistake. You can't ignore it. That's the fastest way to get extorted. And I'm going to leave it from there. He's describing economic imprisonment. That is the prison that you move into once you've reached a certain level of resources and economic strength and fortitude. There's a list of things you can't do, a list of things you can't say, all right? A list of people that it's not wise for you to be around based on your socioeconomic status. That means you're too rich to do this or that. If I shoot you, I'm brainless. If you shoot me, you're famous. What's a nigga to do? The streets is watching. Blocks keep clocking. Why? They're waiting for you to break and make your first mistake. You can't ignore it. That's the fastest way to get extorted. They said time is money and 9 to 5, I can't afford it. But let's go back. Fastest way to get extorted. Because you understand that economic imprisonment puts you in a place where you have so many resources that people are not coming to you for anything but some people are not coming to you for anything but your resources. You got to think about it. Economic imprisonment. Do you not think that? You think this Chris Rock was scared? You don't think economic imprisonment was also one of the factors of his reaction or lack thereof? Economic imprisonment. Look at Will. He could have lost everything. Y'all heard what Jim Carrey said. He said, I would have pressed charges, and in the morning, I would have sued his ass for $200 million. So economic imprisonment is the imprisonment or the locked-in sandbox of wise movements that a wealthy person has to make. Wealthy, famous people can't just go and walk to a restaurant and sit down and eat with their family because of that level of celebrity that they have. Everybody's going to want to take a selfie. Everybody's going to record them while they're eating. You can't even have an argument with your lady at the table. Here, watch this. The economic imprisonment and also the imprisonment of celebrity, because it falls into there too. You could be a broke celebrity, but because you're a celebrity, people gonna mess with you. Ask Welvin the Great. But anyway.
Got him.
Got him. You know, but not being able to sit down and eat with your family and do regular things, right? There's certain places that you can't even go if you are a celebrity without letting them know in advance. There's certain places that you can't go without letting the police within that county know so that they can hire more staff. I remember, what's his name? A while back, this is years ago, Justin Bieber decided that he was going to go to the freaking mall in Long Island.
The mall. And caused the whole situation.
Caused the whole situation. And literally, they were ready to sue him and or arrest him because his folks didn't give them enough time. So I can't even run and go get me quick something from the mall if I'm at that level of celebrity. it's a crime. So that was a long-winded explanation of the concept of economic imprisonment. So you understand, sometimes the rich are not as free as we think. Another subset of options opens another subset of potential problems. That's the yin and yang of life. You know, that was just another stream of consciousness. What you got, Vic?
I don't think it could have been said better than that lyric you quoted from Jay-Z. That's a very artistic way of saying the exact same thing. But, you know, he didn't leave it at, if I shoot you, I'm brainless and you're famous. He didn't leave it there. He said, waiting for you to make your first mistake. So it speaks to the people who are almost predators to these people in those economic positions, who are baiting and creating situations intentionally to try to get them off of their square or out of pocket, or make Floyd Mayweather punch you in the face knowing his hands are registered. You know what I mean? Things of that nature that people seemingly bait us or put us in. Kanye West, you know, slapping the cameras out of the paparazzi hands, but now it cost you, you know what I mean, $50,000 for, you know what I mean, just a interaction with someone interfering with your daily activity. So what it's a little more serious than I think a lot of people acknowledge, and just having that amount of wealth without the fame can cause that. So I think the fame is a multiplier to the but even within people's families, if you're the breadwinner or the person who's the most successful in your family, I mean, you almost have to isolate yourself from certain people if you're not interested in sharing to the level of their expectation, not yours. So you'll notice in a lot of families, they have the person who's considered the alpha dog, or say, you know, Shaquille O'Neal, one of the most philanthropic, you know what I mean, of our black elite. But it's just, he can't just show up. He can't just show up.
Exactly.
And if he does, he got to slide in and slide right back out.
So for the record, y'all, I just want to let you know, if you hear any Victor Fried's background noise, what it is at his crib, you know, they do hair in the front, they fry fish in the back, and then there's the singing school and on the side of the house. So, you know,
at the same house.
And I'm like, oh, Sam, somebody hitting some notes back there. Right. But yeah, there was a point you brought up. So I just said, let me bring up a clip. And it's one of the economic imprisonments or imprisonments of celebrity. All right. Take a look.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Shut the fuck up.
How's it going, Kanye?
Don't say anything to me, man. Like, stop asking me questions. You out in front of my house at 4 a.m. Talking about how's it going? It's not going good. Y'all here trying to take money out to make money off us. That's how it's going. It's 4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. and you ask me how it's going. You know, I don't want you to say nothing to me. You hear what I'm saying? Respect that.
Relax.
Wow.
What
you mean relax?
I did nothing to you.
What you mean? What you mean relax?
You know we like you.
Shut the fuck
He
up.
left there.
It's 4 a.m. You blood-sucking mosquito. You want me to be standing out in front of your house at 4 a.m.?
I'm just here to support you.
Shut the fuck up. You bully. You fucking mosquito bully. Pick a profession and shit with some type of respect to it.
Have a good day now. Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Yeah, I can't even make believe that, you know, I have the wealth that he has. But I can totally embrace his feelings at that time. I could totally embrace his feelings at that time. Leave me the fuck alone, you mosquito. That's one of the economic imprisonment of celebrity. The stuff you have to deal with. You put yourself in front of a screen, and at this point, you put yourself in front of a screen. The more people that see that screen, what you don't realize is make believe each of the screens is a piece of glass, a plexiglass. Each of the eyes that start to see that screen with you more and more and more, it's actually creating like a glass structure around you, a bubble that everybody's looking into. It's a bubble. Now, I'm not telling people you don't want fame and you don't want money. I'm not talking about that. Resources are important as to provide you additional options and buy your time back. I'm talking about the yin and yang of this thing. The yin and yang of this thing. The more eyes that see you on that screen, it puts metaphorical sheets of glass around you and creates this bubble. Now everybody's looking at what you're doing. How did you react? People will discern, break down, pontificate on who you are, what you meant when you said this, what you meant when you did this. Oh, please, you know he was such and such and such. Oh, please, he was this, that, and the other. And motherfuckers will do live streams on how many pieces of corn was in your poop when you become that famous. All right? It's the way it is. So when we look at the way some of the folks react, I think that we also need to start taking a look at who is the one reacting. Who is the one reacting? You know, there was multiple views that I had on that Will, Chris, and Jada thing. Me and Vic had a whole 2.5 hour phone discussion that when we were done, it was like, felt like we just finished shooting the fair one. I was like, damn, yo, why we didn't record that? It was a lot of feelings that I had on it. But I was having feelings from different sides of the spectrum. One from our black image side as men and what society believes our propensities to be, which means the kind of feelings, movements, and emotions that we lean upon as men. You know, the whole angry black man thing. We're known for not controlling our emotions. So seeing it from that level of perspective, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. Especially, talk to me.
Let me offer you this.
Go ahead.
So if you see Tony Rock, he actually said, he simplified it. He said, you slapped my brother because your bitch gave you the side eye. That's the simplification of it. But the whole thing is what I want to highlight is that what Tony Rock said would be considered more egregious than what Chris Rock said. I think that owes a slap in the mouth. If we're going by standards, you know what I mean, then technically speaking, Will Smith would probably owe a lot of people a smack in the mouth today. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
That one right there, though, that was a reaction. I would not count that one as a punch. I would count that more or less as a counterpunch.
Counterpunch, I agree.
Right, because the act already happened. So what he said is, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to go even worse. And now I want to see if you're going to come with that same amount of energy.
Right.
So that move was specifically meant to insult and to extract emotion. Obviously, dude was not there, but he wanted to make sure he put it out there because that leads to the other part, the Jim Carrey part, right? Jim Carrey, you know, one of the things, I'll say this, forget the Jim Carrey part specifically. Let's talk about comedy.
Yeah, don't you start with me and Jim Carrey.
So the comedy part. Do y'all realize this kind of thing happening can have a negative impact on newer comedians in terms of the behavior being accepted or even being understood? That plays a major impact on the art form. Do you realize that? Because now it's going to make people think twice, especially if somebody as such a high stature was able to do what he did and get away with it somewhat. That's a big thing. It's a message. It's something demonstrative. Now, we're going to bend the corner real quick. And this is my stream of consciousness because I'm probably going to piss some people off. All right. All right. So I'm going to throw this out here. The response that I saw to the words that Will Smith, that Chris Rock had spoken, there was no insult in there. There was no insult in there whatsoever. And people said that, oh, well, that's what happens, you know. Well, you got to watch what you're saying now. You got to watch what you're saying now. So here's how I pissed off Vic in that conversation that we were going at it for 2.5 hours on the phone. When I make statements about our black people, he doesn't like when I make those blanket statements. I rarely make them, but when I do, he doesn't like them. I said that we as a black people been talking about freedom and wanting freedom and being free and all of these things. But we as a people, we are not proponents of freedom of speech. We don't talk freedom of speech in our community. You remember Biggie's song? Why you punch me in the face? Stay in your place. Play your position. You better watch your mouth. Yo, you better watch your mouth. Yo, who you think you talking to? Yeah, all right. Keep talking that shit. Yo, he should have known. He shouldn't have kept running his mouth. He should have just. Yo, I don't believe that we are truly proponents of freedom of speech. I don't believe that. I believe that the level of acceptance that was shown for the action within itself. I didn't say levels of understanding, by the way, where you can understand how somebody felt. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the levels of acceptance, the attaboys. That's hell yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I would have got that off too. Really? You sacrifice 30-something years of hard work. After everything you had to do to make it and fight for people's acceptance. E Black on the show the other night even mentioned it too. that he was the first, and I would remember I watched the show. He was the first ever winner of a rap Grammy, first rapper to win a Grammy Award. Everybody turned their back on him. People turned their back on him because they felt like, well, there was no rappers in the Academy at that time, so there were no Grammy voters, so it was the white folks that gave it to you. They shunned him. He started doing this, started doing that. And he got to where he is. And in one fell swoop. That's wild. That's wild. Can I understand? Yeah. Do I believe he wanted to destroy himself and all his hard work and his legacy? Nah. No, not at all. But there's a lot more involved with that dynamic over there. There's a lot more involved with that dynamic. And I'm gonna hold on one second. This is gonna be interesting. Is it? All right. So now what I'm doing is definitely gonna need my fair use soldiers in there, because I like to be scientific with mine. So why not actually involve science, the behavioral arts? You'll see what I mean.
Greatest night in the history of television.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts. My name is Spidey. I am a body language and behavior analyst. And in this video, I'm going to talk about the thing that the entire internet is talking about from a body language and behavior standpoint. So last night at the Academy Awards, while Chris Rock was on stage doing his thing, poking fun at some of the celebrities in the room, Will Smith got up in his acceptance speech. We saw a lot going on with each of the people involved in this. I want to begin by talking about the person that is being talked about the least right now, but that I think should be talked about the most, which is Jada, Will Smith's wife. And I want you to look at what happens to her the moment that joke is told. Take a look.
G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
So there is a lot going on right there, including the fact that a lot of people notice that Will Smith is laughing at the joke. And we're going to circle back to that at the end, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I think is happening. But let's focus on Jada right now. Now, as soon as the joke hits, we see for a moment that she kind of politely smiles and laughs, and then everything changes. I think even people who don't know anything about body language can spot that there's something emotional happening with her. And I'll give you all the details of exactly what's going on. But the reason it's a little delayed is because I think it took her a minute to register the joke.
Fair use. For the record, this dude's breakdown is precise. I'm not telling you how to feel, but just from a scientific behavioral study standpoint, watch the pieces.
Because when you're there and there's a comedian on stage at the Oscars and you're very aware that you're in the front row and there's cameras on you, you're just laughing, even if you don't get the jokes, to sort of encourage the mood, and you know that a camera might catch you. So you're just trying to be encouraging and you're laughing, which she was just doing. But then the joke hits. And there's a lot of stuff that happens with her body language. First, I want you to look at her hands. She was sitting there very comfortably. Her hands were resting on her legs. And the moment that happens, they come together like this, closing in. Always remember, when we see movement in the fingers, we look at whether they're going inwards or outwards. And she was going inwards. This is called digital flexion. And this happens when we're stressed or unhappy. And not only are her fingers going inwards, they're also coming together. So this is a massaging gesture that's known as pacifying or adapting. There's different words for it, but she's adapting to the stress and pacifying as self-soothing. So our hands are coming together. We're seeing that flexion. Also, we close up, right, when we're stressed. So this is all stress. And look at her eyes. We see something very telling. Her eyes go up and then they come back down as her head backs up a little and she just looks at him. This is two things. The first part is, here we go again. So this is something like, so it's kind of like a slower eye roll. And we do this when something that we're used to dealing with comes up again. Oh, here we go again, not this again. We tend to go like this. Some people roll and the head goes with it. But in this case, it was just her eyes going, oh, here we go again.
Let's talk. So far, if you agree with what he's stating, now when you look at it from his behavioral expert standpoint so far, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with his standpoint so far, and put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. Let's get him. 1 if you agree with the behavioral expert's standpoint right now, or 2 if you disagree. Dawn said, I rub my hands when I get stressed too. All right, 1. Hey, Tulilu. Pardon the enthusiasm, screaming into the mic. Peace, family. All right. I don't see any 2s there. It was interesting watching in terms of his description, and then seeing, the movement of her emotion and just being able to capture it like that. It's almost like some Matrix, when the Matrix bullets are coming through. He's able to see in slow motion what's going on. Let's keep it going.
Like she's dealt with this kind of joke before. And then she comes down, and the second part of that was disappointment. She's looking at him like, really, Chris Rock? Like, you're really going to go there? All this together, for me, if you look at her, we're seeing a very vulnerable moment for her. It's honestly heartbreaking. It's not something I would ever want to see in my spouse or in a friend or in anyone, really, where we see this whole collapse of her body language as her eyes go to a place of like, just not this again, not now. And then that comes back, settles on him like, come on. Another really important thing about Jada's body language is her shift in posture. At first, she was comfortably leaned back, and more importantly, she had a head tilt. Her head was tilted to the side, which is something we do when we're very comfortable, because this is very vulnerable. We're exposing our neck. But as that joke hit and her body language crumbled, you'll notice she sat more straight up and adjusted her head as those eyes went to those daggers that she was throwing at him. So this went from comfortable to threatened. So on the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of people talking out there like, was this planned? Is this a scripted thing?
Fair use.
As far as Jada goes, it's pretty much impossible that she knew this was going to happen. There is legitimate shift in her entire emotional sort of character at this moment. And it's pretty much impossible for her to have sat there anticipating that this is going to happen and to be able to go from that sort of laughter to, oh no, I get it. That's not, I can't do this right now. So as far as Jada goes, as far as I'm concerned, there's almost, nothing is ever 0% with behavior and body language, but there's a very low chance that Jada had any knowledge that this joke was coming.
Okay. I'm going to use this kind of clip as one of the statements for why I believe what I believe within the dynamic of that situation. Because I don't like to allow rage to skew the perspective of reality, because then what I'm doing is deluding myself. I can still dislike Jada Pinkett Smith for being the type of wife that she has been to Will, but still understand that she did not go and press Will to do what he did. That's my humble opinion. All right. I did not want my disdain for the kind of wife that she's been to him to skew reality. I'm not going to sentence you to something that you didn't do just because I don't like you. My soul allows me the capability to exhibit grace even to my enemy, because that makes me stronger. So I don't appreciate the kind of wife that she was to do, especially with everything he's given her. But in this situation, I don't know. I'm siding with the behavioral expert on this one. Real talk. What you got, Vic?
Jada Pinkett Smith, I charge you with husband neglect. I charge you with embarrassing a man in public. I charge you with conspiracy to make a beta male. I charge you with ruining one of the dopest black figures that ever come to grace our presence. Talented and multi-talented. I charge you for squandering it. I charge you for turning his own children against him, gotten them writing dead men letters. I charge you for never loving that man, including allowing him, whether knowingly or unknowingly, to walk up on that stage without even, don't. Stop, honey. Please don't. You didn't even try. You didn't even make the effort. It doesn't matter if he was going anyway. You didn't even make the effort to reach for your pocketbook, baby. You got to make the effort. Show me that you tried. She don't get off free. Just because you didn't sell the dope hand to hand don't mean you don't get a RICO charge. Conspiracy. Her hands are not bloodless, in my opinion.
Right. But remember, we're not talking about, remember, in terms of, we're just talking, and I want to make sure that we encapsulate this moment, right? I want to make sure we're talking about the moment. We're not talking about anything else. Remember, I'm being specific, and I want to make sure I'm very specific. I'm talking about what took place at that moment. What's happening is that people are taking how they feel about her, and now seeing that she was uncomfortable by what was said, people took her look at Will and her facial expressions, because the guy just answered it. He showed it. He took her. People are stating that her facial expressions and her demeanor was a whistle, was a dog whistle for Will to get up and do something. You better go and do something. I reject that. Behavioral expert even showed she was uncomfortable. You can tell she was uncomfortable. He voiced the pantomimes, the movements, the reactions, the digital flexion, holding your hands together, creating a certain degree of warmth, and holding your hands in a way. That's a natural thing some folks do. Some folks, that's why when we're next to somebody who says someone we care about, a child, this or that, we'll hold their hand. That's not just a thing to guide people. That's a thing to make them feel comfortable, that warmth, right? The exposure of her neck and then holding her neck down. These are real things. So I do agree with the charges, but those charges right now, they're not related, or they're somewhat related to this case, but not in totality of her. I want to just kind of get the thing about her pretty much giving the look like you better do something. I don't know. I can't hold her guilty for that.
You saying that? Are you saying that because she didn't give a noticeable signal or a whistle or a command for him to do something, that she shouldn't be held responsible for his actions?
Did you hear what you just said? You hear what you just asked me? If she should not be held, so you state that if she should not be held responsible for his actions. Is that what you asking?
That's what I asked.
I didn't even put it like this. But I'm about to give one of my best Anton Daniels. Watch this. Man, I don't even align with that shit. I don't even align with that. And I'm going to tell you why. Notice in answering your question is coming with the premise that she is responsible for this man's actions. And you see, I'm trying to move to the point of just people's feelings within the moment. But I believe that your connection to your disdain for her being a wife keeps you pulling back to her responsibility based on her previous crimes. And what I'm stating is this. In the moment, she was uncomfortable. And those movements were not faked. Those were actual emotions.
I agree with that.
Right. So if it's actual emotion, watch this. I'm about to get gross, but fuck it. Okay?
Oh, shit.
If Vic punches me in the stomach and I fart, was I reacting to the punch or I just wanted to stink up the room? You understand what I'm saying? It might sound weird, but that's the whole point. If you believe what he's saying is right from his professional standpoint, then it was an actual, real emotion and not an act. A dog blowing the dog whistle is an actual move. So what I'm stating is don't allow your disdain for her as a wife to cloud our perspective on something that actually happened.
That's why I would say if you're, that's why I'm trying to be clear on your premise. If your premise is that she was genuinely hurt by the words Chris Rock says,
that's the premise of the expert. But wait, that's the premise of the expert because he actually gave a breakdown. So maybe I should.
No, I'm saying in the way you're, yeah, I agree with him.
Okay, so then if you agree with him, then that's the only premise that I'm moving with, the fact that she was not being intentional in her movements. If she was not being intentional in her movements, how can you blame her for some movements that he made? You see,
it's called conditioning.
So whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Give a fuck about if I'm conditioned, right? You know what I'm saying? My rights, look, your rights end where my nose starts. So conditioning is just an excuse. Conditioning is just an excuse, though. Conditioning is an excuse. It's not a reason. Reasons require more than just a particular variable. Reasons require a lot more. But you're saying conditions.
No. That's the same reason why they do studies on how social media is affecting people and the likes and the endorphins, because these things do have an effect on how people respond. And what we're talking about, in my opinion, is since we're using examples, let me give a clean example. If I take my dog out in the backyard and I make him mean, like they say, I feed him blood and I do all kinds of things to make him tough and make sure he's nice and aggressive. And the mailman comes to my yard. Now, I didn't train this dog to be mean at the mailman. The mailman ain't doing it. He's doing me a service. He's just doing his job. But he comes by and my dog gets loose and bites the mailman. Is that dog responsible for biting the mailman? Or am I responsible? Who does the law say on the books has to pay?
Yeah, but listen,
the dog will be put down, but the owner is also liable.
Yeah,
the dog will be dealt with.
But here's the thing, yo. That's one of the problems that I feel, right? People gonna be like, "Oh, I'm on some chaotic truth stuff." Nah, I got a feeling. Bro.
Okay.
The fact that you gave that example with the dog and the owner what that further propagates is that we are lower primal selves, and we are not sophisticated enough to navigate this jungle of emotion. You couldn't, this man, we likening him to an angry dog that's been fed blood. And the thing is, if we continue to look at it and break it down in that piece, we're further taking away our power. That's not empowering talk. That's saying that I can be controlled, or I can be led, or I lack control. We giving a lot of power to this lady. We're giving a lot of power to this lady. You get what I'm saying? It's a lot. And the more power we give her, is the more we emasculate him and his cognitive capabilities as a king, as a man, right? So let's do this, because you know, man, you can go back and forth. Let's go to the next clip and let's take a look at Will.
Okay, now we're going to move on to Chris Rock and Will Smith's body language, which have some really, really cool details that I think a lot of people missed. But before we do me a huge favor, guys, hit that subscribe button, turn those notifications on for more amazing body language and behavior analysis. Also,
if you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension that...
So before we go on, I will say this. I am not going to be commenting at all on the morality of the situation. Who was in the right, who was in the wrong.
Yes, you know, definitely he does a few great videos. You know, he's called the Behavioral Arts. The Behavioral Arts. Please check him out. Great breakdowns, great breakdowns. So back to where we are. Let me just hit this back a little bit.
At all on the morality of the situation. Who was in the right, who was in the wrong.
Exactly.
I am not an ethics analyst. I'm a behavior analyst. That's my expertise. I've spent years studying body language, behavior, emotion, and that's what I have to offer to this world. My opinion on the ethics of this is just one person's opinion. And like I said, I'm not an expert on that subject. So I won't be really talking about that. You guys can discuss in the comments. I do look forward to hearing what you guys think of
Peace to Mr.
who was
O.
in the right, who was in the wrong, who should have done what. But I'm just commenting on the behavior here. All right, now it's time for Chris Rock. And I'm really interested in two parts when it comes to Chris Rock's body language. One is the moment he notices that Will Smith is coming towards him. And two is immediately after he gets hit. What is happening there? And I think the context really changes my interpretation of this, because we're looking at a very seasoned comedian, performer, on one of the biggest stages of the year in Hollywood, the Academy Awards. And I think that plays a lot into this. So let's look at the moment Will Smith is walking up to him, or more specifically, when Chris Rock notices that Will Smith is coming up to him.
Uh-oh, Richard.
So he's there, he's doing his usual Chris Rock thing, making the jokes, laughing with the audience. Then he notices, we see him notice that, and he says, uh-oh, Richard. He calls him Richard, which is the role Will Smith is nominated for this year. And he starts chuckling, he starts laughing a little. But let's look at the body language. First of all, we see his left foot slam down. You could see that moment where his left foot goes pop right on the floor. Now, there are two ways to interpret this. One of them is, as a seasoned comedian, Chris Rock often does use a stomp to drive his point home, or as he's laughing. In fact, moments before this, as he was talking about Javier Bardem, he did it 3 times in a row as he was making his punchline.
He is praying that Will Smith wins. Like, please, Lord.
So this is a habit he has where he slams his foot down to drive a point home. He does that quite a bit. The second way to interpret this is, you'll notice it's the left leg slamming forward as the right leg stays back. This is something that we do when we're preparing for aggression. Often when we look at someone who's getting a little worked up, if we see that dominant foot move back a little, it could be the person getting ready to throw a swing.
Now, peace, Vaughn. Thank you. Mr. O is just living. I know you're probably on the plane now, paying for that in-flight Wi-Fi. Mr. O was at the airport, so he couldn't join earlier. But yo, I know I want you in the moment, but you know, you had some dope moments early in the show. You provided a lot of good information, and I think you even picked up a few subs from the people watching your words, my dude. So keep spreading your words, man. I'm glad I met you, and you know we still working, right? Let's go. My man Vaughn, thank you, bro. Thanks for listening. You know, I'm just a moving mouth if there's no ears. So let's keep this party going.
But my issue with that is this. The rest of Chris Rock's body language is very inconsistent with aggression. Let's talk about the hands behind the back. This is something that we study a lot in body language. There's quite a bit of research on it. And there's two really main reasons you would see someone with their hands behind their back. The main one, and what I think is happening here, is referred to as the Regal stance. This is what Joe Navarro, the author of What Everybody Is Saying, calls it, one of the biggest experts on body language in the world. And the reason it's called this is because a lot of royalty stand this way, whether it's in pictures or at public events. Prince Charles is very often standing with relaxed shoulders, hands behind the back, exactly like that, and the legs a decent sort of shoulder width apart. The reason this is called the Regal stance is because what it denotes is confidence and status. Notice how when the hands are behind the back, we're exposing our entire front and our entire side. This is enormously vulnerable. We are one of the only creatures on the planet whose reproductive organs and main organs are exposed, which is why when we feel threatened, we tend to close up or block these areas, things come together. As a result, this Regal stance is something we see in people of high status. Once again, we might see it in royalty. We see it in high-ranking officers in the military, like you might see a captain or a lieutenant walking around with his hands behind his back like this. We see it in a school. You might see the principal walking around the halls with his hands behind his back. So it denotes comfort and status.
Let's talk about that. It denotes comfort and status. I was about to make a point before and I kind of digressed, right? When we know, if we understand levels of aggression, if you ever been within an aggressive situation, let's say more than the average person, you understand the tone. There's low-level signs of aggression that we give. It's not just about somebody appearing in our circumference or within our personal space, right? But we understand that if, say, I have a 2 to 3 foot personal circumference that you can't get into, and then I'm going to have to touch that chin when you cross into it, if you make a funny move, if I know that you are enraged at me, that 2 to 3 foot circumference, it grows 6 to 8 feet. Why? Because I'm looking at the velocity of your movement, how fast you're coming in. I'm looking at your hands. I'm looking at flexion of your fingers. I'm looking to see if a punch, if a fist is being made. The closer you get to me, I look at your ankle leg. I look at your hip movement. I see your shoulders and your elbows. And when I understand that you're not feeling me in that moment, now 6 to 8 feet may extend. But then when you reach the 6 foot part, I may be preparing to touch that chin. But the Regal stance, hands behind the back, the Regal stance, that's the stance of, I got this, I'm comfortable. That's different than the cowboy stance, you know, where they stand with their legs open, almost like they're about to draw, and with the cowboy arms up so that they're ready to snatch their guns. The Regal stance is different. I'm comfortable here.
Now, why'd you have to go and put your hand on your gun?
Right.
Having a good conversation.
But yeah, so that Regal stance showed a level of comfort. So people was calling Chris Rock a chump. I don't know. Let's take a deeper look into that. Those actions. Let's see from an expert.
It doesn't make too much sense for you to feel threatened and have your hands completely out of the way like this. The other possibility of hands behind the back is withheld aggression. So when you feel aggressive towards someone, the hands are going to be behind the back and there's going to be self-restraint. So behind the back, one hand is going to be gripping the other hand, either at the wrist or if the aggression is a little more elevated, over here at the arm. We're holding ourselves back from doing something. Now, there isn't really much evidence to show that Chris Rock is self-restraining in that moment. We're not seeing tension in the shoulders. We're not seeing anger. We're not seeing like that sort of glare that you have when you're feeling aggressive. He's actually laughing, he's chuckling, and yes, there's a bit of nervousness to that chuckle. I think he's not sure what's going on. He's not sure what to expect, but I don't really see too much aggression, enough to believe that the reason his hands are behind him is because of self-restraint, especially because he's also leaning forward with his head forward like this. A few people online have commented that it seems like Chris Rock is leaning forward expecting to be hit. Like they had this big plan where Chris Rock agreed to get slapped in front of millions of people for some reason. But I'll tell you exactly why I think he's leaning forward. Do you have any idea how bright that stage is? There are dozens of lights shining right in his face. And the number one most common thing that we see in performers on stage when they're trying to see someone in the audience or trying to see something in front of them is that they lean forward and put their hand over their eyes like this to block the lights. So this is a very common thing we see while performers are looking out into the audience. Now, Chris Rock doesn't do this. It's very rare that his hands come up to his face, probably because of his experience at high-end events. He likes to keep his hands downwards. But despite that, he needs to do something about these lights to try to figure out why Will Smith is coming towards him. So this is why he stalls, he nervously laughs, and he's looking at it. He honestly does not know why Will Smith is walking towards him. He's really trying to figure it out. Then
all right. Yes. Contrary to what some popular YouTube beliefs are, where people say that Chris Rock was a sucker. A good majority of people, including the audience watching, did not know that was going to happen. Remember, Chris Rock is not an MMA fighter. He is a wordsmith. He's a master of utilizing his vernacular to elicit responses from people. And the responses he wants to elicit is laughter. That's what he does for a living. We've seen other award shows where somebody go and yoke up the other person and, they make certain jokes, You remember when Kanye, when he went up and did that whole Taylor Swift thing? We understand weird things happen at the award show. You look at Jada. I don't think she expected it to happen. But I don't want to skip too far ahead. Gail says, I thought Chris thought Will was going to tell him something in his ear or something. Me too. Mr. Tulilo, he was trying to read Will's facial expressions. Remember, he's not a fighter. He's never been known to be a fighter. So understand that in that moment, I don't think he knew what was going on. I don't think it was punk stuff. All right. I usually lean forward and slightly turn my ear towards a person coming up to me, especially if you believe that they were not threatening and you believe that you did not do anything to elicit a negative response or reaction. All right. That was an opportunity for Will to let Chris know Jada was unhappy about his joke and she's dealing with alopecia, if that's true. All right. So let's keep this. What you think, Vic, so far? In terms of Chris's response or lack of response before.
I mean,
we didn't get to the slap part. So let's talk to before the slap.
no, I mean, honestly, it kind of elucidates my point. I like that word. I think illuminate would be better in this case, which is even Chris Rock is not expecting who he knows. It's not like he doesn't know who's coming on that stage. He knows exactly who's coming on that stage. He knows exactly what he said. He knows all the conversations that no one knows that has happened between those three because they've known each other for quite some time. So he's clearly aware. And he, like you say, in a Regal stance, which is basically saying that he is not in fear. He's not protecting anything. So it just says that just like Jada didn't expect the joke to be coming, Chris Rock didn't expect that slap to come. So that just says that he's not expecting that from Will Smith at all. I'll come back to that, but that's what I'm talking about. So I agree with the body language expert.
All right. So yeah, and just you always got to make sure we give y'all some entertainment, information, education, and intrigue. So here's some of the education. Elucidate. It's a verb. To make something clear or explain. Illuminate. To make something visible or bright by shining light on it. Light up. So they actually go hand in hand. All right. But thank you. I'm glad you like those words. All of the big words that I use, please, those are free. I did not invent them. I don't own the copyright to them. I'm just sharing, letting y'all know what's out there.
Then comes the hit. And this is so fascinating to me. As soon as he's hit, he takes the hit, and his reaction is that his left hand comes up to block Will Smith away from him. It doesn't come up enough to hurt him, comes up enough to just block him, as we see the right hand come out and it's forming into a fist. He doesn't make a fist, but there's a moment where it's sort of like he's getting into that posture where he's going to grab on and hit him. But way before he even makes it to that point, it's kind of like he realizes what's happening. And honestly, props to him. Like, he's got a quick mind. And, the guy goes on stage and he's quick-witted. We know that. But that is a really quick mind because he realizes what's happening and immediately the hands go right back behind him. So that is a really quick reflex. The hands go behind him, and I think that this time it is self-restraint. Because as he's trying to figure out what to do, he is extremely aware of the fact that he's at the Academy Awards, that this is Will Smith in front of him, and he is really quickly in his head trying to figure out what to do. The thing that I've spent the most time thinking about since I saw this video is how he was able to bounce back and get his composure that quickly. We're not seeing any looking around for help. Is someone going to help me? We're not seeing any that face touching we typically get after somebody gets smacked or punched in the face. There is a side glance. He looks to the side as he's.
Peace and love, Brittany B. Great to see you on deck with us. Show you your love. Okay. Got the new specs. But yeah, let's look at those movements. People are calling this man chump, punk, soft. Expecting this dude to have ninja-based reflexes when he's not a fighter. And he's being approached by somebody who's not a fighter. He's approached by somebody who is not a fighter, who is not known for slapping people around. So why would he expect in this person's biggest moment that he would do that to him? All right, let's keep this popping.
He's trying to figure out what to do, but it's amazing how quickly he bounces right back. And this, I believe, is the result of years, decades of experience as a stand-up comedian on stage. because he probably has never been physically assaulted like this on such a big scale. I don't know if he's ever been physically attacked by an audience member, but definitely not on this scale. But I can promise you the guy has decades of experience of hecklers sort of verbally attacking him.
Yep.
And he's trained himself to be able to take that immediately, bring the confidence up, because this is something that performers really work on, to not let those affect your body language. So bring that confidence up and just throw some humor at it. Deal with it. Be a pro. And that is the reflex of a seasoned professional comedian kicking right in. Now, the reason that I do believe that there's a bit of self-restraint to this is not just because of his body language, but also because of his words. Listen to what he says.
Okay.
He goes, okay. Like the comedian in him is filtering through his head to find the comeback here. And there's a few in there that are nasty, I think, because this is Chris Rock. Again, he probably has 1,000 comebacks.
Come on. Tons of weapons. Verbal weapons. He has paid millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars to roast people effectively. When I looked at it, it was almost that look like, you know, when we were kids and then we know we ain't want to get in trouble. And then there's somebody messing with us. And you there and you want to, you know you can knock their block off, but you're a kid and you don't, I'll whoop their ass, but I want to get in trouble. Ooh, if mama didn't tell me to stop fighting, I will hurt you. That to me is more of an intensified perspective on how he was feeling. Yes. You can definitely see the words going through his head in his eyes. I agree. Let's keep this pop.
That he could say right in that moment, ranging from really funny to nasty, and he's going, and he stops himself. Like, I can ruin you with my words right now. And then he just goes, okay. And he tells himself, don't do that. It's self-restraint, vocally, non-verbally. He's just holding himself back and saying, keep going. We even see an eye flutter. And I've said this on the channel before, eye flutter is when we're having a hard time processing information. And this is a great example of that. He looks to the side.
Eye flutter.
Eye flutter as he's trying to figure out what on earth is happening here. And the biggest clue to this is what he says next.
That was a greatest night in the history of television. Okay.
As a pro.
That was the greatest night in the history of television. Think about that. He's talking about what's happening now in the past. That's because in his head, he's not thinking of now. He's thinking of the consequences. What's going to happen later? What are people going to say about this? His mind is so quick that it's skipped forward and it's filtering and processing what the scoop is going to be the next day. That's why he's saying that was the greatest night. He's thinking, what are the headlines going to say tomorrow? And what do I need to do to come off as classy? So to
boom. He's thinking ahead, thinking in the future. We call that being intentional. Being intentional with your actions. He took his opportunity to have a lower self / primal response to that physical affront. And he thought about it. And guess what he did? He literally played it forward and said, you know what? Fuck this motherfucker. I don't gotta see. They're gonna eat his food tomorrow. Dummy. That was, I believe, his professional response. I don't have to do nothing. You just hung yourself by yourself I don't have to make it mutual combat. He did a lot of thinking. There were some folks that were out there that said Chris Rock should have defended himself. Let's talk about that. And some people even brought up stand your ground and castle doctrine and stuff. So if you want to talk law, let's talk law. Self-defense takes place when you feel that the threat is there coming to you. That's one part. And in the middle of whatever violation that threat is giving to you, is you doing what you have to do to either prevent the assault, protect yourself within the assault, or defend yourself during the assault, right? Self-defense. But everything happened so quickly. Will Smith turned away and walked and gave him his back. People said Chris should have been on his back. Technically, that's not self-defense. That's a retaliatory move. That's why if somebody's coming into your crib with castle doctrine, you could shoot them, but you can't shoot them on the way out. You can't shoot them on the way out. There's a difference. So for the people who say that he didn't defend himself, he had a short amount of time to, quote unquote, fall under the guise of defending himself. What he would have done after the fact, physically or violently, that would have been a retaliatory act, which people would have understood. Many people would have understood, but it would have been a retaliatory act nonetheless. Vic, I saw you jump in and out. Can you hear me? You good?
You hear me?
Now I can. What you think?
I'm not a lawyer, but I agree that the laws that as they stand, to my knowledge, are that once it's no longer a pending or imminent threat, and you are not in physical harm of a continued assault, then you must attempt to either flee, retreat, or mount a defense, but not to attack. Anything offensive would be considered what you called retaliatory. So I agree that was probably the best move in a situation where you don't have to make a decision. Is best to take the time if you have time. I think that's the saying. If you got time, take time.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows he has all the time in the world. So that was the best play in my humble opinion.
Okay. All right. So,
can't say I would have did the same, but I understand.
Right. So you definitely understand. All right. So you see over there we have self-defense is a countermeasure that involves, a countermeasure which involves defending the health and well-being of oneself from harm. The use of the right of self-defense as a legal justification for the use of force in times of danger is available in many jurisdictions, right? So now, retaliation, that's a wee bit different, right? Retaliation. What that is, and it's a noun, that's the action of returning a military attack or counterattack. So that's a counterattack, which counts as an attack within itself, right? Peace, we just been attacked by a gorilla, Chicago gorilla. What it do, my guy? Peace to the high value husband. I see you over there. You're always welcome to join the chat, the conversation. So I do believe what he's saying. It resonates with me. So let's keep this thing popping. You see, I keep saying keep this thing popping. You know, I've been watching what's a piece of Don Lexi. You know, he's been on this thing. He's like, all right, let's spin that clip. I learned from everywhere, yo. Let's go.
To sum up with Chris Rock, we are seeing a confident, comfortable, high status posture, trying to lean forward to figure out what's going on, trying to size up the situation. We're seeing after the hit, confusion, trying to collect his thoughts, an eye flutter, which denotes trying to get his thoughts together. We are seeing him holding back, whether it's physically and we are seeing him reflecting on the consequences.
Hey, what's up? Listen, I made over $2.5 million with no website. Check this out. You see those numbers?
Okay, now we're going to
thought process. I'm going back to that again. Chris thinking ahead, being intentional with his actions, thinking, eyes fluttering, thinking about the consequences of those perceived actions. I don't know if any of you guys play chess. I played chess for a long time. Peace to Maurice Ashley, one of the first Grand Chess Masters, and I had the benefit of knowing him. Still knowing him, good dude. Peace to Brooklyn. But playing chess, you're thinking about moves far ahead. You're not thinking about what took place before. You're thinking about the moves that you make, the counter moves that person may make, how many counter move opportunities they have. You're thinking multiple moves ahead. That's why there's different strategies and different openings and closes in chess. Chris was doing all of that. He was thinking forward, thinking about different time-space continuums. If I did this, this'll happen. That'll happen. That'll happen. And remember, I'm about to in this corner right here. What took place is so crazy because we watched that man, Will, who spent 30-something years building his career to his greatest moment, the golden albatross that he was, that was, you know, evading him throughout his whole career. And on that night, he fell to the ego and whims of his lower primal self, right? That's what took place. That's what was horrible. But remember, yin and yang is understanding, trying to find that speck of light within the darkness also. But there's a big piece of illumination if we look. What Chris Rock did was ill. He did the totally antithetical or opposite that Will was doing. He showed Stoicism. He showed Transcendentalism. He knew he could eviscerate this man with his words and go even deeper. But he didn't. He looked towards the future. He thought about what could happen. What is it worth? He did all of that stuff. And it put him in a better position. I wish Will would have acted like Chris that night. I wish Will would have acted like Chris that night. I believe that in this negative situation, there's a beautiful, beautiful, wondrous rabbit hole within this whole thing that can help us Black men, which is understanding the power of Chris Rock's movement and lack of movement. We got to understand that. Standing up, sitting down, moving left, moving right, moving forward, going backwards, those are all moves, powerful moves. So is standing still and gritting your teeth and bearing it. That's what parents do. That's what we do. The intentional ones, because we recognize the power of the future. not just the pains of the past. Let's keep it going.
Talk about the man of the hour, Will Smith, and what is going on with him. And we're going to look at two moments, the slap and then his acceptance speech for his Oscar, which actually ties in a lot to the slap. So he's sitting there. Chris Rock is telling jokes. And I want to start by addressing people, anyone who thinks that this was staged, that Will Smith knew this was coming. I am pretty certain that he didn't know that this joke was coming. And the reason I'm certain of that is that look at the position in which he's sitting. He's sitting back, pretty relaxed. His legs are crossed, one leg over the other, and he's got his hands between the legs like this. That is pretty much the emblem of the way people sit when they're not expecting to go anywhere. Legs crossed is like, I'm locked in, I'm comfortable. And he looks like he's just sitting there enjoying the show. No part of his demeanor suggests that he's expecting something or that he's getting ready for something. Now, he is, as of yesterday, an Oscar-winning actor. So can he fake that comfort? Yes, he can. He knows how to. But I don't see a reason that he would. It's not like he was trying to fool body language experts. He's just sitting there comfortably laughing along. Now, the next thing a lot of people noticed is that he laughed at the joke. And he did. It's undeniable. When the joke hits, he's laughing. But again, this goes back to what I was saying about Jada. Will Smith is one of the most famous people on this planet. He knows that he's sitting in the front row at the Academy Awards, that all these cameras are pointing directly at him, and he's being talked about. His wife is being talked about. So he's just sitting there politely nodding along. I bet that these guys have a lot of stuff going on in their heads, and a lot of the time they're just sort of in autopilot, just laughing at the jokes. It's Chris Rock up there. He's cracking jokes. So just to look like he's having a good time, it's a pleasant evening, we're all having some laughs, he's just laughing. That's the default go-to response at an event like this with a comedian. So he's laughing, and I kind of wish that the camera stayed on him because I would have wanted to see what happens to his body language the moment that laughter goes away.
Yo, Vic.
Yep.
Question. What did Chris Rock have after the slap? What did Chris Rock's face have after the slap?
A smile?
No. Fresh Prince.
Look up the, yeah, I mean, he had like a little bit of a...
You didn't hear that?
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, you know, fuck that, man. I said, what did his face have after the slap? And I said, Fresh Prince.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right.
Yeah, man. I told you, get on the good ear. Get on the good ear.
Hey, that's that highbrow shit, man. Slow down, Chef.
Right. Where's that? Salute, Uncle Stu, old man on the block.
Peace,
Uncle coming through. Peace, Uncle Stu. You already know you one of those supporters and one of those people that's always in pocket when there's times when I, experience my Will Smith vibes. You'll be the one that hit me in the DM. Breathe, Chef. You better than this. Don't worry. Come on. Same as Rilla. Same as Gail. I appreciate it. Same as Mama TJ and the rest of them. All right. Why is Lupita sing so much closer to Will than Jada? you watching too much. All right. So yeah. So this breakdown, I gotta give a shout out again. to the behavioral arts. All right. This brother, he's dope with it. He's dope with it in terms of his assessment. Not because he's telling us what to do or think. He's just showing you these are what these movements mean. And what I love is the fact that when we think about the times we make those movements, it's like, okay. Actually, yeah, I do that. Okay. So it gets deeper.
Because one of two things caused it. One is either, as a reflex, he's laughing, then the joke registers and he goes, oh, I don't like that. Or it could be a combination of these two things. But the second thing is he looks at his wife, who he loves, and he sees that collapse that we saw. And this is a woman he knows well. This is a woman that he knows the things she's dealt with, especially when it comes to this particular topic, her hair, and he sees her crumble. And this is not something anybody wants to see with someone they love. So it could be that, it could be his own realization, or most likely a combination of both. But regardless of what it is, he gets up and starts walking towards Chris Rock. Now, this is an entirely emotional response. It has to be, because he's a rational person, and any rational person goes to words first or gestures first. He might stiffen up, he might look at him with anger, he might yell something, say something. That's not what he did. He got up and headed straight for him. I think there's a deeply, deeply rooted emotional thing here. Maybe he's talked to Jada about this before. Maybe she has some really deep insecurities about this. Maybe there was something in the past that happened about this and he didn't like the way he reacted, or she didn't like the way that Will himself reacted because he didn't jump up to protect her. So this is him either correcting something or really understanding the pain that she's going through. So he gets up, he walks towards Chris Rock. And again, notice how in that entire walk, he had multiple occasions to just stop and do something else.
Right.
Walk back, go up to Chris Rock, whisper in his ear like, dude, that really wasn't cool. Grab the mic, say, hey guys, that's not funny. That's not what he does. He slaps him across the face. That is pure emotion. There's no rationale to that. I don't think even Will Smith today thinks back and says, yeah, that was the right move. As much as he disagrees with what was said, I don't think he thinks violence would have been the right answer. And then we have the walk-off back into the audience. And this is, I think, the main reason so many people were like, oh, well, obviously this is fake. Look at his smirk. He's smiling. Really think about that statement. Really think about it. If the guy who won an Oscar award yesterday for acting in a lead role wanted to convince you that he's actually pissed or angry, or he was scripting this whole thing with the intention to sell it to you, you would not be able to spot
it. Right. He does this for a living. He does this for a living. So if he was trying to fool you, he had the ability to. I'm telling you that. What I'm saying is that would have been his worst acting. So I don't believe it was acting. No. He allowed himself to fall to his lower / primal entity. Now, we're going to talk at some point. We're going to break this thing down. We're going to speak to the things that may have been fueling or driving his lower self / primal entity. But right now, we just judging the actions. What you got, Vic, so far before we go back?
I agree with the assessment. I never thought it was, for the first moment, I thought it was, I just thought the slap looked so well formed and timed, and the head lean and all of that stuff. So the moment I saw that, I was like, what is these guys doing? Why is they playing? But then when I saw Will's reaction once he sat down, that's when I was convinced, actor or no actor, that was genuine rage that he can no longer repress. That's it.
Okay. Remember, we're gonna go back to his emotion too. We're gonna come to that. We're gonna come to that. All right, Rilla said, I'm still not convinced, because I remember in terms of a couple of streams, you didn't feel that it was real. So I want you to keep that energy. When I say that, I want this to be real. I'm not trying to change your mind. I just want to see if the perspectives the behavioral analyst gives, if you still feel the same after his assessment, right? But I'm good. This is like what we call the pretest, where we see where your head is at now, and then after that, once you get all the information, to see if you believe the same thing. I want to send a very special shout out. I'm not monetized here. I want to send a special shout out to Juana Washington. I wasn't looking at the phone. I just received and appreciate your donation, sis. every little bit counts. But what counts even more than the dollars is the fact that you took a moment to send love. So I appreciate you for that, sis. Always, always. All right. So let's go back to this thing here.
He would be able to do the tears and the anger. He would know exactly how to play to the camera that he's actually pissed in that moment. So it is mind-boggling to me that people think that that little inconsistent smirk is a +1 on the side of this being staged, whereas to me, it's a giant +1 on the side of things that make this very real. Because he is not acting or playing the way a grumpy or upset or sad person would be for the cameras or for the audience or for you sitting at home trying to figure out if this is staged. He is having an emotional experience. And that smile, that smugness that he has is him turning around, walking away from this, thinking to himself, he did his duty as a man and he protected his family, he protected his wife. That's the emotion. He's actually, I think, in that moment, proud of what he just did as a protector. And then he sits down and twice he yells at Chris Rock about not using his wife's name, to not say his wife's name.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
I'm going to.
And what we're seeing is pure anger. Once again, if you think this is acted or if you think that this is something that he's doing as a display to put on a show, he is not looking around for support. He's not playing to the camera. So he's got his eyes dead focused on Chris Rock. They're glossing over a little out of pure emotion. When we get angry and we get sad, with anger, we have that focus. With sadness, not so much.
Now, I'm not a behavioral expert, but I want to give my piece. When I looked at his movement after, Rilla said that smirk was a giveaway for me. I look at that smirk as a little something else. Remember, we're talking about the lower/primal self. Chris Rock was working from the higher sonic vibrational level. He thought to the future of what could take place and what was the most preferential, because it's chess play. A lot of people know how to play chess, but everybody don't know how to play chess on the clock. If you seen the movie, piece of the movie Fresh, they play chess, but put the clock on them, eat their ass up. Pause. I believe that smirk was his lower primal self saying, yeah, I slapped that motherfucker. Yeah. I believe that was the lower self. I don't believe it was a smirk of deception. Remember, this guy is an actor. He's an actor. He's an actor. So he does this for a living. I think he could have done a better act than that. You know, Queen's Gambit, exactly, Juana. So, listen, I sincerely believe that there's two different parts of him that was speaking, but there was one piece, which was the lower/primal self, which was in more control. And once again, I'm going to say it again. Chris Rock's movements should be a bit more exemplary of what we and how we as men move and solve problems. We are not attempting to retaliate or placate or address previous emotions. We have to apply that level of energy towards solutions for moving forward within the future. Intention does not define the past. Intention defines the route we take to move into the future. You're looking at two different reactions. One is the one that has been assigned to us so long, and we even thought that Will Smith, he was able to transcend that. But guess what? We looked at the way he threw so much away and did But wait, I'm gonna mute you, Vic. Hold on. Hello. So what he did was he behaved like just a regular old nigga. Like, damn, man, you was the good guy, bruh. You was the freaking good guy, man. Now you too. If this shit happen to you, Fresh Prince, the good guy that I can beat Mike Tyson, all of these things, Hancock, 6 Degrees, Wild Wild West. You were supposed to be in the Matrix. You were gonna get more money than Keanu, but you turned it down for Wild West. You that dude, and you gave it away. Now you look at the other side of that counter. Chris Rock thought to the future. I could have dropped everything. And just went at this dude's head and just defamed him and his wife and called him all kinds of stuff. He didn't. You know how much stuff that he has? Do you understand how much he can go at the kid? I'll show you. So we know who we're talking about. How much fuel, artillery, how much?
Yeah. You know, there's people, you've been on a hell of a journey with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, there's people's feelings involved.
Right.
You know, it's healing that needs to happen.
Yes, absolutely. So what happened, Jada?
Okay, so I think it was about 4 years ago. Started a friendship with August, and we actually became really, really good friends. And it all started with him just needing some help. You know, me wanting to help his health, his mental state, and we found all those different resources.
Now I'm giving my behavioral analysis. We're going to bring the expert back, but I'm giving my behavioral analysis. I look at it. I look at his face. Let me go back. Hold on. And I'm going to see if I get the good pause on it.
You know, to
look at that.
Help pull him through. And
we're going to play a game now. I want y'all to give me the caption. You don't have to use quotation marks. Give me the captions that you feel he was saying that he couldn't say. Look at his eyes. So remember, Vic, I told you I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm not trying to erase or negate the impact that Jada had on him. That's why I'm showing this, right? But I want somebody to give me a caption that he's saying right now, that his eyes, that his image, what he's saying, somebody.
He's thinking of all the ways he wants to kill her, and if it's possible to get away with it.
Damn, I didn't think that angle. But listen. Yeah. Well, you think I could see that. Joanna. Yeah, I wasted so much love on you. I could see that. Right, because what Rilla said, Will been in pocket 30 plus years. He's A-list. She's never been A-list.
Set it off.
What does that mean? A movie doesn't make you an A-list actor. One movie doesn't make you an A-list actor, because then that means that Vivica Fox would be A-list as well. Vivica Fox, she was in Set It Off as well as Enemy of the State. Oh, she played Will Smith's, love interest, right? And she's still not considered A-list. A-list is more based on a comprehensive group of works, you know, and also what makes you A-list is the level of notoriety you have to new producers and directors that are willing to pay you to be in their projects. And
Okay, you have that one. I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, what you like? Hey, shame. That movie don't count. You feel me? So let's go back to. Go ahead. Oh, you breaking up?
Now, what I will say, because I wanted to comment on that last one, that look in Will Oz, that glaze that the behavioral analyst was talking about, that's a very real thing, and that's when you get like that tunnel vision. And I've had that before, and I know that look when I saw it. That's why I was convinced, because there was no one else in that room when he was saying that. That's why he wasn't concerned about how loud he was or his language choice, his image, any of that. He was in that zone. And whether he was genuinely mad at Chris Rock or he was mad at the world, he was big mad. And it's from something that was pre-existing. I don't think it was possible to get that mad from that one joke. And when you're that mad, he's using verbal violence so he doesn't continue a physical assault. Because honestly, when you doing that, and the fact that he repeated the exact phrase, that means my brain ain't even computing right now. I want to get back on that stage and show you what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not even done. I'm just sitting down because I'm trying to compose myself. That was not planned.
All right. I don't know if maybe I misspoke. Yeah, Regina King was enemy of the state. Vivica was Independence Day. I thought I said that. I'm a
Indeed.
Stream of consciousness. All right. So let me go back to my behavioral breakdown. What that meant to me was, nah. Oh, well, yeah, wait. No sound? Hold on 1 second. Damn. Hold on. My bad, y'all. We're going to run it back.
No, we were
over. And then what did you do, Jada?
Well, I think.
Can you hear now? Somebody put a one in the chat if you could hear it now. Fair use. No damn sound. Hold on. We're going to bring it back. Try it again. Fair use. Share tab audio. Tell me if you hear it now.
That's what I said.
Hey, that's what I said. An entanglement?
Yes. Yes.
A relationship?
Yes, it was a relationship. Broken. Now, in the process of that relationship, I definitely realized that you can't find happiness outside of yourself. And luckily enough, you and I were in a process of healing in a much different manner. I would
during that time launched into an interaction with August. What do you feel like you were looking for?
So he had control. He had control. He had control. He had control. But, and this was early in the mix, and he was exhibiting a high degree of self-control. Okay. He was exhibiting an extremely high degree of self-control. So we know he had it in him, because imagine your wife is talking to you about her that entanglement bullshit. She was talking about the fact that she smashed your son's friend.
Nah, yo, she had a whole affair, yo. She don't get off that easy.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, let's call it for what it is. That's why he said, whoa. No. You got to explain. It ain't that easy, homie. Let him know. Let him know.
But you think that was honestly the first time that they had that conversation?
No, but him having that conversation, it was not for him. It was because I believe he loved his wife and he cared about the way that she was perceived, even if she was the one that put herself into those positions. Him having that conversation and showing he would be willing to speak at that time. I believe it's a major thing. He did that not for him. He did that so she didn't get super dragged. There's conversations those folks have never had with us. There's conversations those folks have never had with us. But we started to learn different aspects of the situation. I don't believe it was an arrangement. I don't believe it was a planned arrangement. I believe that there was activity that took place, and because they both are a business, at this point, they had to show a unified front. Okay? They had to show a unified front. Mrs. Smith drives a Benz, but she wants a Benz that's 100, but she wants a $600,000 McLaren. He don't want to get her that. He want to just get her a Benz. But she bitches and moans and complains and all of that, and then he gets the McLaren. When he talks to the neighbors and the other people, you know what he's gonna say? Yeah, I decided to get my wife a McLaren. That's what creating a unified front is about. The couple could be arguing about a particular thing, and one person acquiesces or gives in to the other person's whim. When they talk out in front, he doesn't say, man, she made me buy her that. No. Yeah, we decided it was time for my baby to have that McLaren, you know? That's what husbands do as well. So this is one of the things that made this cringeworthy. Very cringeworthy for me. Extremely cringeworthy, because I'm sitting there watching like, bro, why are you putting yourself through this? It's hard. I could not do that. I could not do that. So remember, I talk about primal self, higher resonant movement. I'm a human being. Balance is not what I am. Balance is the martial art I practice, because I recognize my strengths and Achilles heels within my stoic and transcendental journey, right? So I don't think he wanted it to be heard on national TV, though, right? I think he was forced into that because she was going to be dragged. Classic Mrs. Robinson from the Graduate. That was an ill movie. Vaughn says, I don't know, Chef. This video brings up some ill feelings for me. It's hard to watch a brother go through that kind of BS. I thought it was humiliating. They should have never aired that. I agree. But now we're here. Right? Now we're here.
Punish the dog, not the one feeding them blood. I get it.
And so let's keep it moving. Oh, right. And Gail says, if it was cringeworthy for him, I can only imagine how, it was cringeworthy for us. I can only imagine how he felt, shaking my head. So let's see if this sound and video comes back up. Let's go.
I just wanted to feel good. It had
Fair
been
use.
so long since I felt good.
Husband, now I got to be with you at the press conference while you like tell the world about your transgressions. Like I love my baby. I'm gonna stand by my baby no matter what.
No, I definitely understand why it would look that way or feel that way, but I actually don't look at it as a transgression at all. Through that particular journey, I learned so much about myself and was able to.
What?
The disrespect.
What?
Ooh, I learned so much. He taught me things I never knew. Well, I thought that motherfucker roughneck energy was gone forever.
Yo, what?
Listen, man.
Now you could sit there and talk about, well, I don't see sleeping with a mentally and emotionally unstable, somebody who's been clinically diagnosed, depression, mental instability, emotional issues, troubled life. Watch this, peace to Rilla. While Rilla out here trying to work with them young bloods, help them out, school them on where they need to go, different ideas, giving them different perspectives, she's smashing them. She's smashing them. Beautiful lady, but I don't care how beautiful you look. And what makes her look even uglier to me is the fact that you would say that, no, it's not a transgression. It was more of a lesson that I needed to learn. So what, this is God? God wanted to show you something? God is speaking to you. He's giving you lessons and for kitty dicks. Like, I don't get it, yo. Where is the lesson? Pardon me, man. I told y'all this was a stream of consciousness. So, you know what I mean? Let's go.
Yo, hold on, bro.
Really?
The whole thing is that you highlighting the statement about it wasn't a transgression. What I heard long before I got that part is just the insult to the injury. She just told the whole world, not only did it feel good, but it had been so long since I felt good. Probably like Tupac or something. Golly, it's been a long time since I felt good. Y'all know how that is? Y'all know how that feel? Like she not talking to him. So I don't care if she felt like that. You feel comfortable saying that in front of the world? This is your stage. It ain't like somebody took your secret conversation and posted it. You posted this. You approved this after the fact. This is pre-recorded. It ain't live Red Table Talks. She felt comfortable telling the world that her husband of 20 years, who's still sitting beside her after her quote-unquote entanglement, has never made her feel good. You know what the fuck that says to a man? What that does to his spirit? How that break him? That's why you would go and just slap the shit out. You want to slap the shit out of somebody, probably yourself. You know what I mean? And then she would have the nerve enough to say that it wasn't even a transgression. That's the insult on top of the injury, but the injury happened long before she said that.
I agree. I agree. Now, what I'm gonna do real quick, because we still working with 3 different pieces on there. What I want to do real quick is kind of transition to something Will was saying way before the whole August joint went down. Way before. And it was interesting. It almost sounded like the voice of a person that was dealing with a narcissist.
So me and Jada was reflecting about love. And I asked her, I said, what did she think was, one of the biggest revelations that she had had about love? She said that you cannot make a person happy. And I thought that was a real deep idea. You can make a person smile, you can make a person feel good, you can make a person laugh, but whether or not a person is happy is deeply and totally and utterly out of your control.
That seems like that's coming from the mindset of somebody that's been trying to figure out, to unrubik's the Rubik's Cube of his relationship and making his wife happy. Of making her happy. He's talking from the standpoint, he looks almost defeated. He said, Jada and I were talking. Jada and I were talking. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it was an argument, but I don't want to, I don't want to put something out there that's not there, but I'll let you figure it out. Let's see the rest.
I remember the day I retired. I literally said to Jada, that's it. I retire. I retire from trying to make you happy. I need you to go make yourself happy and just prove to me that it's even possible.
Free use.
We cracked the hell up.
Fair use.
We started talking about, we came into this false romantic concept that somehow when we got married that we would become one. And what we realized is that we were 2 completely separate people on 2 completely separate individual journeys.
What the fuck? Imagine. Maybe I'm not modern enough or new age enough. We're married, but we're 2 separate people on 2 separate journeys. Separate journeys. Separate journeys to where? Somewhere else? Or separate journeys to the same destination and somebody takes a different, more nefarious route to y'all achieving happiness. If it's a separate journey like that, then what's the point? What's the point? What's the point? Joanna said they were both 2 broken people who should never have married. Only whole people should marry. I believe only whole people should marry. How can you pour into your cup? How can you pour into someone else's cup if your cup lacks the proper fluid? You're going to have nothing to pour. Let's keep it going.
And that we were choosing to walk our separate journeys together. but her happiness was her responsibility, and my happiness was my responsibility. And we decided that we were going to find our individual, internal, private, separate joy.
We decided.
To present ourselves to the relationship and to each other already happy, not coming to each other begging with our empty cups out, demanding that she fill my cups, the cup, and demanding that she meet my needs. Is unfair, and it's kind of unrealistic, and can be destructive to place the responsibility for your happiness on anybody other than yourself.
Bong bong.
I remember when he said that the first time. That's an old clip.
That's what I'm saying. That's the way I know. That's the way old clip. What I'm stating is that clip a couple of years back. What I'm saying is, at that moment, I knew it was hella trouble in paradise. Hella trouble. She's been reported to have been with other men, and she admitted it. Who have you seen Will Smith connected to? There was one point where people were trying to create a rumor that he was of the letter gang, the alphabet gang, because they couldn't find any dirt on him. So they say, oh, because he must not be with women. And that's why he works with a lot of physical trainers and oh, he must be smashing his stunt doubles and all kind of weird stuff, when we've never had any evidence of such. You know, what you think?
Somebody said he was smashing Harley Quinn, but that's just it wouldn't matter if he was or if he wasn't.
Right.
He said the most important thing. Everybody is responsible for their own happiness. And it's capped off by what Miss Joanna said before. Do you still have that comment, Chef? What she said?
Which one? A narcissist or
that one right there?
Okay,
they were both two broken people who should have never married. Only whole people should marry. And you have to be whole to be happy. And I mean, you can have moments of happiness, but to be as a state of being happy, that encompasses all aspects. Complete player. So that's what she's referring to. So when you meet another person in that same, I think you would say homeostasis, or just alkaline, or just in that state where life, they're in control of their life and life isn't in control of them. And
gotcha.
I think you can make true progress like that, but anything else is always gonna end in some version of what you see.
Absolutely. Now remember, I'm taking y'all through a mix. So it's a couple visuals you're seeing. You know, right now I'm gonna run back to something else where we originally started, and we're gonna get back to the other part. Oh, Charlize Theron. Okay. I remember that. Damn, Chicago really used to be a paparazzi before he became a real. They used to call him Chicago-razzi. Look at him, Chicago-razzi.
Let me get some cheese in the chat. Let me get some cheese in the chat.
You get some cheese in the chat. That's funny. So let's run it back to our expert. Let's go.
But that glossiness in the eyes, that's pure emotion, and his nostrils are flaring. This is one of the biggest signs of anger, because when we're angry, when we're stressed, the body needs more oxygen when we're in fight or flight response. So, and this is fight response. So his nostrils are flaring to get more oxygen. We see he's sweating and we see tension in the jaw. This is classic, and there's tension all around the jaw, all around the face over here, and this is classic anger. And look at the cadence at which he's pronouncing his words. There's a breath between each word, like that, and every word is important, making sure to get this message across. He is spitting those words. This is anger. And again, can an actor of his caliber fake that? Absolutely. Do I think it's fake? Absolutely not. So now Will Smith is back in his seat. There's a commercial break, so he has a chance to talk to Denzel Washington. We could see him during the commercial break talking to Denzel Washington. He talks to Bradley Cooper. He probably talks to his wife. He has time to rationalize this, think about his actions. And then with what I can only describe as the biggest twist of irony in Oscar history, he wins lead actor of the year, and he comes up to give a speech. And I think this speech has two themes. The first theme is justification. And the second theme, and this is perfect, is acceptance. It's called an acceptance speech. And I think it's social acceptance, a lot of what we're seeing in this speech. And let's look at it right from the top. Body language, choice of words, there's a lot going on.
Richard Williams was a fierce defender of his family. I'm being called on in my life to love people.
Before he says his piece, I didn't see this part. I saw only the original, the earlier part. Those look like real tears. Those don't look like fake tears. Those look like tears of like, what the fuck have I done? What the fuck have I done? I worked so hard for this. I worked so hard for this. What did I do? What have I done? I hear excuses being made, right? I heard excuses being made. All right. Oops. Don't mind that. I heard excuses being made because I believe that he's recognizing the depths. Remember, this is only minutes after the slap. Only minutes after the slap. I believe that he was trying to reason with himself and trying to put reasons out there for understanding. This did not seem contrived at all.
And to protect people, I got to protect Ingenue Ellis. I got to protect Sanaya and Demi.
So first of all, right in the beginning when he starts talking, look at his lips and listen to what you're hearing. We see one of these. And this is, so we talk a lot on the channel about lip licking. So people do this as a grooming gesture because it brings more moisture to the lips and make us seem more appealing. It corrects stress. But some people who are very used to being on stage tend to not do that because they know it looks bad and get used to doing it a little more like this. So it's a more inwards lip licking. So not only do we see that quick gesture, which I wouldn't classify as lip compression. I know a lot of body language guys are going to say it's lip compression. Lip compression is held a little bit longer like this and wouldn't be done right in the middle of that speech. So he does it, he starts talking and then we get that quick like this. At the same time, listen, we're hearing these little clicks. Clicks.
Was a fierce
This is dry mouth, and it happens when we're very stressed. And he's sweating, which happens when we're stressed. So obviously, this is a man who's accepted a lot of awards, a great public speaker, one of the best actors, most accomplished people in the world. He doesn't have stage fright. This stress isn't coming from
fair
him
use.
being on stage at the Oscars. He was there moments ago slapping someone. He was fine. It's coming from this whole scenario, this whole situation. He knows the world is listening, and he's stressed about it. And we're hearing these clicks throughout the speech. And we see more than once that's sort of bringing moisture to the lips. So let's look at the words of his speech, the first few sentences and what the message is. So he starts by saying that Richard Williams, which is the role that he's receiving this award for, was a fierce protector of his family. So we have protector. Then he talks about the intention that God has for him. And he goes on to say that he got to protect the actresses in this movie. He got to protect the two young actresses. He got to protect Ingenue Ellis. So again, protector of family, protector of three actresses. So God needs me to protect them. That's my purpose. Then he goes back to saying how it is his God-given purpose to love and defend people.
Fair use. Well, the human brain is a crazy thing. The human brain is an extremely crazy thing. Our brain will make us believe certain things, not just to make the outer world believe something, but just so we deny the truth to ourselves. Psychological defense mechanisms, kind of like Stockholm syndrome. Psychological defense mechanisms, we use them against ourselves as well. Absolutely we do. Trying to find some point of reason or resonance in what we're saying. Trying to find some rhyme or reason for some behavior that we even know that in retrospect, if we had a chance to do it all over again, we would not have done it. So then now people try to find a message from God in the chaos they've created for themselves. Just my humble opinion. What you think, Vic?
I don't think he has any regret whatsoever. I think he feels that it was all worth it. And that's why when he speaks about protecting the women that he mentioned, he said he got to, not like he has to, but more like it's an honor that it was his pleasure.
You breaking up. I want them to hear you cook. You breaking up. You said that it was his pleasure. Bring it back to it was his pleasure, because that was the last thing we heard before.
Okay. So it was his pleasure to protect the women that he named. It was his honor, the same way we talk about the real nigga versus heroes.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about he felt almost the way a soldier goes to battle for his country. He pledges allegiance to these women so that when that vitriol that they bring to him in the same way that you showed in the clip before, he saves that, he stores that, and directs it outward into people that he feels are deserving. And just to look over at her and see his wife with that face on, I think he felt, in my opinion, that he had to. It was his honor, his pleasure to go in and minister justice for, like a robot or a machine. He's not in, he got that 1,000-yard stare. He's not even himself no more. He clocked out.
Aha. Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah.
You said the 1,000-yard stare. We know what that is. So let me make sure we don't lose some of this activity in the chat. Rilla said that Joanna, I don't know about that one, but wait, let me go back and pull up what Joanna said. Joanna said, no, he's been called on to love people. He's been begging to be loved all his life. Love and salvation starts from within. Love yourself first, y'all. And she meant has not been, right? So Rilla came back and said, Joanna, I don't know about that one, but I haven't read his book yet. His ex-wife loved him, no? And Joanna responded. She said, well, Rilla, hey, love, congrats again. I don't understand your meaning. Will been trying to get validation from people. That's not love. What he needs is respect. He hasn't respected himself, though. Ooh, spicy, spicy. Peace to my guy, Big Bad Bull, one of the earliest supporters of the channel. He literally, he paid for the pro plan of StreamYard for 1 month. My guy, appreciate you, man. Even though I'm not a big person, you dropped a big cash app that day. That was bananas. I appreciate you, man. And I won't forget it. All right. So let's go back to the expert.
To, again, protect his people. So the entire beginning of his speech is about protection. That's what I do. And the message that this is sending, whether he's written this down and thought about it or it's subconsciously expressing himself, is what I did there was to protect my family. This is my God-given mission to protect the one I love. Then as he keeps talking, and I'll come back to the nonverbal stuff in a second, but he keeps talking about protecting and defending and loving, and we hear an off voice. And I can only assume it's Denzel Washington saying some words of encouragement, because Will Smith stops and says, thank you, D. And then he says, you know, Denzel Washington during the break told me such and such.
And what I loved, thank you, D. Denzel said to me a few minutes ago, he said, at your highest moment, be careful. That's when the devil comes for you.
To build customer delight, you need to identify and fix bad user experience. Hotjar's heat maps let you.
So there's a lot going on in that moment, even just that acknowledgement. So the fact that he stops to address that, you know, thank you, D, like, thank you for those words of encouragement, is basically a signal that says, hey, everyone, listen, Denzel Washington just gave me words of encouragement. He's on my side on this. It's almost like he's recruiting a little. He's recruiting the actresses that he defended. Now he's recruiting Denzel Washington. And it's not Denzel Washington, by the way. It's D. Like, we're so close that we call each other that. So he's creating this bond there. And he's saying, I don't think there's anything wrong.
Now, this is interesting, because remember, I didn't get this far in. If what he's stating is accurate, the behavior that Will is exhibiting is almost part of the behavior of a narcissist as well. Why? One of the things that narcissists do, you know, what they need is what's called narcissistic supply. Those are the people whose love and energy and attention and companionship that they extract like they're mining for gold. And they suck the oxygen out of other people. One of the things narcissists also do is they create alliances. They create alliances to almost explain their behavior by virtue of bringing certain people next to them in order for you to understand that they're aligned with this person you may care for. You know, they get somebody who's highly respected, Denzel. You know, you get the beautiful actresses, Ingenue Ellis, and, you know, it seemed very narcissistic. And I don't want to be one of those people that keep talking about MPD, but I don't know. That's kind of making me look at this a little differently. Just a little in terms of what Will is doing. So let's see what Rilla said. Oh, excuse me. Rilla said, whoa, Will Smith a narcissist? He's always appeared to shine a light on everyone but himself. So I didn't say he is a narcissist. remember, I'm just coming up on this part of the video for the first time. So this is not part of a rabbit hole for me. What he stated, based on the body language expert and all of that, it almost seems like narcissistic-like behavior. I've never seen Will Smith as a narcissist because absolutely, he's always appeared to shine the light on everyone but himself. But remember, you said he's a trained actor, right? Right? Sometimes one of the biggest acts for the biggest people is making people know that I'm a good guy. Sometimes the stuff that you do, especially if you know the impacts, especially if you know there's a million cameras pointed at you, how often will you make movements without thinking about your movement? So who knows? Maybe he's a professional good guy. He's been taking a lot of shit on the chin. We've seen it. We've seen it. But let's keep this going.
Along with that, a lot of the time when we know that something's going to polarize people, we try to recruit people on our side, and that's what we're seeing here. D's on my side. I believe it's a genuine message. I believe he is genuinely emotional in this moment. There's a bit of eye blocking at certain moments, but this also happens with sadness, especially because he's on stage. He doesn't want to show that he's sad. So this could be a lot of, if I saw this without that emotion, I'd be like, there's a bit too much eye blocking for me. But here it's consistent with that emotion. So I think we are seeing a lot of genuine sadness here with a bit of a message of trying to justify through acceptance his actions. There's another really significant moment in the speech, and it's when he says,
Now, know to do what we do, you got to be able to take abuse.
To do what we do, you have to be able to take abuse. First of all, there's a really interesting pronoun shift. He goes from we to you. So to do what we do, you have to be able to take abuse. And pronoun shifts are always significant for me. So it's not to do what we do, we have to take abuse. It's not to do what I do, I have to take, or you have to take abuse. He's not staying in that singular pronoun.
Fair use.
From group to singular. So basically, the message is for everyone, but it's about one specific person.
It's the equivalent of, yeah, I know I wasn't supposed to do this, but look, yo, you don't know what I go through. You know what I mean? You don't know how I was raised. You don't know, we don't play that. We don't do this. You get what I'm saying? So you live a regular life. You ain't about this life. So you ain't really gonna understand. It's almost to me a level of condescending. Like, yeah, I get it. You just, in terms of what I do, you guys, you don't really understand. So it's just one of people like us. You don't have to deal with the stresses, and you know what I mean. You ain't from the streets, so you don't have to understand all of that. So this is our thing. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. We're gonna talk about that, really. Let's keep it going. Remember, I'm not trying to force an idea on anyone. Stream of consciousness, showing you how I feel about it, and see if it has an impact on your perspectives. So please participate, y'all.
And I think that one specific person is Jada, because the moment he says abuse, we see a couple of really interesting things. We see the nose crinkle like this as the jaw comes out, and he spits that word, abuse. And this is classic disgust. He is disgusted by this notion of abuse. And I think the abuse he's talking about is the joke that Chris Rock made. I think to him, that was an abusive joke. And he's directly referencing that because he's saying, with what we do, you have to be able to take abuse. And to me, it's pretty clear that that's a very specific scenario that's being sent as a message to a broader demographic. So at the end of the day, what is my personal opinion? Let's make a quick pros and cons list for like this being real versus this being staged. So when it comes to being real,
fair use.
Jada didn't know the joke was coming. It completely got her by surprise. Will Smith did not know the joke was coming. According to me, he was comfortable. He was enjoying his evening. There was obviously a shift there. Chris Rock's genuine confusion while Will Smith is walking up to him, trying to figure out what's going on, leaning forward, trying to see what's going on here. That nervous kind of chuckle. Like what's happening? That's on the side of things. Will Smith's very improvised acceptance speech that kind of seems like he's trying to tie in things that happened with that slap, and he's trying to connect the two. So, and kind of like a lot of hesitation, a lot of emotion. So yeah, that really doesn't feel planned to me. So there's a lot going on for me on the side of this was not staged. But to play devil's advocate, let's look at what would be on the other side of like, okay, if this was staged, what evidence would we have? Well, Chris Rock's initial body language can be interpreted as self-restraint, like he's holding back because he knows this thing is coming as Will Smith is coming up to him. Could be interpreted that way. The speed at which Chris Rock recovered from the slap and went right back into that confidence. Yes, there's self-restraint, but it's also a very exposed posture. So what's happening there? And also the fact that there's no like, like sort of that real moment of what we do after we get hit. But again, as much as it can be seen as he knew this was coming, I still am going to stick to my guns and say this is a seasoned pro who immediately knew how to bring that confidence up and was very aware of the repercussions of everything that's about to happen. So there was
fair
that
use.
was my breakdown. I hope you guys learned a couple of cool things here about genuine emotion and body.
Once again, and I'm going to tag him in the credits as well. You know what I mean? And I'm actually, without question, going to send him a thank you because it brought a different perspective and brought some scientific professionalism to the idea of us seeing things in a different way. Does everyone agree? Does everyone agree or believe everything he's saying? Nah, it's not the point. The question is if we can pull something from that, or does it give us a different set of perspectives? So once again, peace to the behavioral arts, and this is a large page as well, but I like what he laid down. So now let's open this floor. Let's talk. Now, given the breakdown, Vic, what do you think now that may have changed based on what you previously thought and what you think now after what you've heard?
I mean, he basically punctuated most of the theories that I had. I don't see him as a narcissist. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but I think that he's definitely a broken man in a broken state, and that's apparent. And the man needs some help.
Remember, I didn't call him a narcissist. I said some of the behavior that he was exhibiting at that moment in terms of the verbiage he used seemed very narcissistic. You could have stolen a candy, and when at a certain age, you could have stolen a Snicker bar. Does that inherently make you a thief the rest of your life? Nah, I believe that. Remember, he was all over the place. So that move, it seemed very narcissistic in terms of gathering the names and name dropping of respectable people at that time. He put himself as someone that was in the council of an OG actor, Denzel. Then he also placed himself within that conversation as the protector of women. Very important. He didn't say his wife. He used other women who were not currently being vilified He named the innocent women. He did not name his wife, but he put himself as a bastion of someone protecting women, who also seeks the counsel of the big OG Denzel Washington. Yeah, D. So what does that show? I could say, hey, E-Black TV. But I was like, yo, Blizzy, do I do it to show my friendship? Not when we on the phone, but I'd make sure that y'all understand that he's a friend. I could just call him E-Black TV, right? But does that mean that I'm doing it just for show? No, I might be doing it just to make sure you know that's home team, right? But it's still a show within itself. Damn. See, you know I was cooking. He couldn't see? He couldn't take the smoke, y'all. Vic is on the road right now.
Another example of that this is what that statement is more incriminating.
Vic, you got to slow down. I don't think you realized your whole shit dropped off for a good 20 seconds. So you were cooking on silent. You were off the screen.
Oh, wow.
It just popped you back in. Yeah, so you had to start. Go ahead.
I'm saying that at what point do we just accept that that's just his truth and that's how he feels genuinely, that he genuinely did or at least felt like he protected those women, and that he's stating it not as a defense, but just to say, this is what I do. This is what y'all don't know about. You know what I mean? And to say, hey,
why?
bro, you know what? You was right about that shit too, bro. Look at me. Look at me right now. But fuck that. Back to what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And then he come right back to it. So it wasn't, he's in full, you got to understand, after you slap a man anywhere in front of people, a few minutes later, you can't, the mind state that that man is in right now, especially someone who don't get to get that off that often, he on top of the world. He don't got no reason to front. He don't need nobody's acceptance. If he was thinking about that, he would have never walked on the stage. He would have ate it and took the ass whooping at home. He done taking ass whooping. So I tend to believe that everything he said in that speech was his truth. I don't think there was any manipulation tactics.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, that it was his truth at that time.
Right.
Our brain moves way differently, you know. I believe the heart and other organs are the engine. I believe the brain is that transmission, the electrical system, you know, it's the CPU. And I believe it controls a lot of things. When you're in denial, you're in denial. It's not, you don't choose to be in denial. Denial is not a choice. It's a psychological defense mechanism. I believe that he was in so many points of emotion that he was wide open. Remember, I didn't state that I believe he's a narcissist. I stated that some of his verbiage was synonymous and congruent to some of the things that narcissists do when they've been, you know, when they're being held accountable. It was on, and let's be honest, when you're in trouble and you're trying to get out of it and you realize you messed up, you're going to be like, damn, look, man, you know, such and such. Look, officer, yeah, I know I was speeding, man. I'm just trying to get to work, bro. I mean, I understand it happens like that.
He slapped that nigga on. He understand the implications.
So then I want to make sure you understand. Remember, we're not talking about him not understanding the implications. Remember, with the behavioral expert, we're talking about what was going on during the moments leading up to, during, and after the perceived transgression took place. Was he fully in the right state of mind? Some would say that whole day, considering everything, the culmination of an awesome career. Some would say that he was already teetering on the natural level of insanity / anxiety, because they both exist on the spectrum too. The anxiety of that day. Whoo! That's amazing. Y'all know about anxiety. Y'all know about event anxiety. There's this thing I call event anxiety, right? That's the thing that some of our sisters exhibit, or even my mama exhibited. And when is that? Whenever there's a wedding or an event to go to, or we got to go to church. She'll be in church, her hands up high, praising the Lord, a wonderful Lamb of the Lord. But yo, whoo, do you know on the way of getting ready, is this level of event anxiety that I believe that the sisters exhibit when they get stressed. Oh, damn, I gotta get my head ready. And they get all kind of attitudes and stuff. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself. But I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with how mama get before church. So, or before a graduation, or before your cousin's wedding, and
They all do
running
that.
around. Say it again?
They all do that.
Okay. Exactly. So, this was his day. This was his day. This was his moment to shine. I'm going to go long-winded a little second, but you'll get me. The Olympic athletes that get a gold, a silver, even a bronze, some of them have only been working on that thing for 6 years, 8 years maybe. And you see them. Big muscle-bound men, the greatest athletes in the world that have sacrificed their bodies to get to this goal. What do you see them do? Cry like a baby. Cry like a baby. Because they recognized, I did it. I did it. So remember, if you guys think that, what is Chef saying? He's saying that he's angry with Will Smith, or he's happy with Will Smith. Or, I'm not saying anything. We're talking perspectives, streams of consciousness in terms of understanding how I look at people and how I look at situations as well, especially when I'm faced with certain evidence and how I perceive certain evidence, you know? So it's wild. Yes, Joanna, when we get stressed, we overcompensate when we fail. We overcompensate. Some say over-rotate when we fail. But I believe we do it nonetheless. Nonetheless. So, listen here. Peace to Absalom Pianki TV. Peace to Absalom. Young man normally comes giving me props in my page. And look, man, he inspired the hell out of me where I was like, yo, I'm jumping on this thing, man. Just speak my speak. I don't have to be balanced all the time. Just let you know how the hell I feel. You get me? That's me. So you're going to get more Chev, you know, not trying to be balanced, but it's going to be perspectives, but I'm going to let you know how I feel. Peace to the behavioral arts for giving us an opportunity to have a nice piece of info to break down and peruse, you know. But outside of that, where my chat at? Anybody has any words, any parting words, anything you want to share on this particular topic before we wrap this thing? All right. So let me do this. I ain't gonna press the issue. Peace to Juana. Love you, sis. I appreciate you. Thank you for your contribution. Big Bad Bull, you already know what it is. I thank you for your previous contribution. Locking us in. You moved us to the pro plan. Rilla, my guy, keep doing what you do. When you see I'm about to wild out, keep sending me them texts. Tell me, breathe, chef, breathe. Let it go. Gail, man, your freaking your $1 cash apps, they are amazing. And I'm going to shine you right now. Imagine somebody sending $1 to you through Cash App to give you a warning. She's spending money to keep you safe. I'm just saying, that's realness. Those are the folks in my circle. Vaughn
Peace
Bryant.
to Gail.
Yes, peace to Gail. Vaughn Bryant, my guy, always there in pocket, man. I appreciate you. Already talked about you, Juana. You know what it is.
Nah.
Who else we got there? Pretty much the same crew.
Hey, peace to the whole chat, man.
Peace to the whole chat. You know, he said, like E Black said, catch me on the wrong day. And you see the rest. You see the rest. Man, listen, I don't need the emoji, Joanna, as long as I get the feeling. No emoji required. All right. So thank you for that. Gabrielle, thank you. Proverbs 25:28. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls. All right.
It's all facts.
Right. Right. That is what I feel. So just so we don't get it twisted, my opinion was, in terms of everything that took place that night, I feel that Will Smith, his behavior goes against what we're trying to teach ourselves as being intentional, forward-thinking, stoic, transcendentalist men, and what we're trying to teach to thwart this overflow of emotional, detrimental activity. Will Smith was wrong, period. Wrong, period. No question. Understanding the behavior does not take away the righteousness or lack of righteousness of that behavior. And it lacked righteousness. It was not a righteous, correct, morally or spiritually correct move at all. The pure power that was exhibited that night was actually exhibited by Chris Rock. He went to ball up his fist. He got the blinking. He started getting ready to say stuff, and you see him pull back. He was brilliant. And instead of talking about what just happened to him, he said, this is going to be the greatest night of TV ever. He recognized that. He became smug. The person that can give you a smirk after you slap the shit out of him, that's the person that you may want to fear, because at this point, it either means that physical assault meant nothing on them, or, nah, I gotcha, nigga. Gotcha. Remember, he can sue Will. He can sue the Academy. He can sue the limo service that brought his ass Will in there. He can sue the security company. You remember, if somebody's working and then they hit your car or something, if you could sue them, you could sue the manufacturer, you sue the rental company, you sue. It's checkmate. That face was checkmate. People say, oh, but he didn't press charges. He doesn't have to. Remember, civil cases are by virtue of a preponderance of the evidence. It does not require jury. It doesn't. It's a lighter burden of evidence that's required in civil. He doesn't have to press charges in order to go to the civil case. People know, civil lawyers normally like to let the criminal case close itself out, because now once the criminal case has been adjudicated and the person seen guilty, At this point, the civil case, it's easy. It takes less because look, they did it, Your Honor. They did it. Civil jury, right? So that's a lazy thing some of the civil attorneys do. But guess what? I'm going to give you the biggest one, which was the offset, right? OJ was acquitted. Remember, he was acquitted. But he still lost the civil suit. So just because Chris did not press charges, it doesn't mean he's lost the ability to sue civilly. So is this over? Who knows? Maybe
Yes,
it's
sir.
Chris Rock's petty spirit. What it do?
You can't leave it there.
What you mean I can't
Because
leave it there?
You just
I can.
open up.
If you want to pick it up and run with it, go ahead.
I'm saying you just open Pandora's box.
How?
When you're addressing Chris Rock,
Mm-hmm.
you're a Game of Thrones watcher, right?
Okay.
Think Littlefinger.
Right.
There's different types of men in the world. All of them aren't barbarians. Their attack is different. Their style is different. You isolated it perfectly. Checkmate. That's the face. So at this juncture, what the question is now is Chris Rock Will's friend or not?
Huh? Okay, your question, what you saying about the checkmate now, when you come to that, and so at this point, it almost seems as though you thinking that you're saying that Chris Rock was manipulating the situation and he made Will do it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I mean, that's a whole nother.
That's what it sounds like to me, is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm.
I don't. Well, okay, you added another layer to it, and that's interesting to think like. But what I'm saying is that he holds all the cards. So at this point, is whether he's going to show mercy or say off with his head.
Right. He holds right, but then you using Littlefinger, right?
Right.
Littlefinger, once you understood who he was actually more nefarious character. So all I'm trying to say is right, especially by virtue of his relationship with what you call it, Starks, right? Starks' wife.
Right.
Yo. He did not, when we say checkmate was not the real thing, because checkmate is if I'm playing a game with you. When I stated checkmate, Will left all his shit at Chris Rock's feet in moving the way that he did. So I wasn't saying that checkmate as a game like it was some manipulation. I said checkmate is like.
No, I was agreeing with you, but I'm saying whether he intentionally did it or whether at this point he would use that and try to ruin Will with the power, whether it was intentional or unintentional, it would speak to who or what kind of friendship they actually have, because it was stated that they were friends for years before that, off camera.
Okay, right.
So it's not Will Smith slapping just a comedian or the top comedian. He slapped his friend. So now his friend has the power to ruin his life, intentionally or unintentionally. And if you want to know if they are truly friends or if Chris Rock has nefarious intentions, you would determine that, in my book, based on whether he decided to follow through with that. Because I can only imagine that there's lawyer after lawyer sending him case after case that they've already worked out where he's the winner, open and shut, and all he has to do is pay them the fee. So he doesn't have to do any work but sign his name. So at this point, it's
you're holding the executioner at your Thanos snap fingers and saying, spare Ned or not.
Thank you. And I agree 100%. And with all of the control that he possessed, all of the power, all of the work, because remember, I'm going back to personal responsibility. The lower / primal self, we as a community, yes, we have it in us, but it's something that we need to control in order to move forward, because it displays a lack of stoicism, a lack of emotional control, a lack of forward thought, right? So I agree. What I do state is that Will, he put the key to his vault into Chris Rock's front shirt pocket.
Indeed.
Chris Rock, he holds the keys now. Listen, look closely what Joanna said. The question should be, is Will Chris's friend? Also, Chris Rock was humiliated in front of the world forever. His daughter was in the audience. If he wants to chop Will's head off, that's not manipulation. That's justice. Whoo! Lesson for us all. I still rock with Will Smith. I still watch Will Smith's movie. This incident will not stop me in terms of their action or inaction. This incident will not stop me from patronizing the work of those two legendary, talented brothers. So let's make that a fact. But remember, I understand, and I'm going to give them grace. I'm going to give Will his grace as well, but I understand the power that you have, brother. You ain't regular. They pay you those big bucks because we understand your situation. But you got power. And you the last one, anyone, even the white folks would have expected to do this. They didn't expect it. And it's like, you? Damn, son, you was the best one we got. You was the good guy. Now we all gonna look. Oh, man. Damn it, man. Even Fresh Prince slapping niggas. God. That's the only thing. But Will, I understand that. I'm just talking about the impact on our people. I can still feel the way about the way you behaved, but still feel love for you and want you to be successful. What I state is this. I understand, brother. I understand when there's an overload of emotion and your synapses are popping and you feel this way and you feel that way. And speaking to you, Will Smith, like I said, I understand, because who knows, in terms of my life, I've previously had bouts with those feelings as well. You know, the slap a nigga gene. I get it. I understand those moments. I've controlled myself in those moments. And I've allowed those moments to control me. So I get it. I get it, bro. Will Smith, I also respect what you have to deal with within the imprisonment, the economic imprisonment or imprisonment of celebrity. Everybody got you in a bubble. You can't do this, you can't do that. Remember, Streets is Watching by Jay-Z. If I shoot you, I'm brainless. If you shoot me, you're famous. What's a nigga to do? The streets is watching. Blocks keep clocking, waiting for you to break, make your first mistake. You can't ignore it. Streets is Watching by Jay-Z. But Will Smith, I recognize that. So I'm not going to judge you. I can only judge the behavior. But you put a lot of work in. And you know, if you were ever to see this, don't take any disparaging nature of what I said about your wife what she did. I believe that you put that information up there for us to taste the soup, and give our feelings. I wish you the best. I wish you prayer. I wish you help, understanding, so you can see for yourself. Peace to Jay-Z, with American Dreaming. Real talk, though. I wish you insight so you can see for yourself. Those two dudes were legends. They still here. Hopefully they can continue to share positivity, life, laughs, fun with us. But remember, y'all, those are human beings as well. Those are human beings as well. And that's what I got on that's what I got on it. What you got before we shut this party down, Vic?
I can say that normally I'm not very interested in celebrity gossip and news, but I think there was so much to be learned from this as a case study, that a lot of people could have and should have gotten a lot out of this particular stream, especially with the behavior analysts breakdown of what some of these things mean. Sometimes we don't even know ourselves. So I think Will Smith is an example for men who don't stand their ground and demand their respect. The accumulation of that. Chris Rock is an example of doing nothing is sometimes the only and the best move.
Do you know who you just quoted?
I'm listening.
You just quoted Winnie the Pooh. You just quoted Winnie the Pooh. Hold on. Remember this. I don't know if y'all remember the line. Hey, Christopher Robin. Sometimes doing nothing is the best thing to do. Listen, over here. I'm gonna need you to grow up, yo.
Okay, I'm gonna try. But to the last point is from Jada, and I think men and women can both learn something from her. And I just say to the ladies who are not, or let's just say who are different from our sister Jada, and have a little more concern about the person that they chose to pair with and to raise children with. Please don't. Men suffer in silence. It's what we do best. Please don't abuse that, because every man doesn't turn that energy outward. So for the sake of your family and for the culture, lift each other up, and definitely don't disparage each other publicly. So with that, Victor Freeze Music, appreciate you bringing me up, Chef. You do it all the time. Let's keep doing it. Appreciate you.
You already know, man. You tried to figure out a new format. We could have cammed up, but nah. Try something different. We're gonna mix it up. Let my voice, the emotion talk, Let that talk. But real talk, man. Let that talk, but real talk. Listen, we're about to shut this down. I appreciate the love. And for the folks that rock with us, I sincerely appreciate, some of the back end messages I'm getting about enjoying seeing us up here doing this thing. So we're going to keep it going. I appreciate y'all. Gail, thank you ever so much. Quantum, Yella, Vaughn, man, Joanna, Big Bad Bull, Rilla, Vaughn, everybody, man. Everybody, yo. Gabrielle, yes. Thank you. It's been real. It's been real. You know the way I like to kick y'all ass out the house. With love, though. Let's get to vibing. Peace.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. You didn't come true with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's the defense. Rolling with all, that's the offense. Hit me, change you, let me peachin'. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. Today on buy and I sell. Today on buy you the kid play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't fun. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I'll pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Cause I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. One day I kill it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focus, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHET.
Just making sure y'all know I'm still pretty. Yeah.